Mel, can you hear me? Mel, can you let me know if the courtroom can hear me? Mel, can you hear me? Mel, can you hear me? Mel, can you hear me? Hi, Mel, can you hear me?
Good morning.
Hi, Mel.
Can you try speaking again?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Give me 1 minute. Let me turn up the volume.
Thank you.
That one.
Mel, are we ready to proceed?
Yeah, we're ready, Commissioner.
Thank you. Good morning. This is the time set for the 5 a.m. calendar on May 19th, 2025. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. I'll call you each one at a time to the podium, and I'll provide a second name to sit in the chair outside of this room. If we can start with Mr. Henry to the podium and Mr. Butler to the chair.
Dominic Henry. Dominic, go. Armando Butler.
Good morning, sir. Can I please get your name and date of birth?
Dominic Henry, 1989.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here on a new Superior Court case for one count of theft means of transportation, a Class 3 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference on May 23rd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing May 28th at 8:30. In this case, you do have a secured appearance bond of $25,000. If you post bond, you have written conditions of release. It does include not returning to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victims, complainant, or witnesses. All of this information will be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions? Thank you, sir. If you'll step to your left, the officer will give you that paperwork. If I could have Mr. Butler to the podium and Antonio or Sarah to the chair. Good morning. Can I please get your name and date of birth?
Armando Butler, 1788.
Thank you, sir. Mel, is there any way to increase the volume from the podium?
I will do it.
All right, sir. It does look like you are here on a new Superior Court case. It does include one count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony, one count of driving with a license that was suspended, revoked, or canceled, and one count of possession of an open container in a vehicle. The last two counts are both misdemeanors. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference May 23rd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing May 28th at 8:30. In this case, you have a secured appearance bond of $15,000. If you post that bond, you'll have written conditions of release to include not possessing any weapons and not possessing or consuming any alcohol. All of this information will be included in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
Yes, Your Honor. So my bond is 15,000.
Correct.
Is there a way I can get a whole R bond or police bond? So I'm the only one here. I don't have family here. I'm working.
Hold on one moment, sir. Mel, I can't really hear him very well. Is there any way to increase the volume on that?
I did increase it a bit.
Sir, can you just make sure you're speaking into that microphone directly in front of you? And could you repeat what you said?
Ma'am, I'm wondering if I can get a police bond or a whole R bond. So I'm the only one. I don't have family here. I'm working for work 7 days a week. I'm the only one that
Hold on again, Mr. Butler. Mel, I'm not sure if that microphone is on. I can hear him, but it sounds like it's coming from other microphones in the room. And typically I can hear them very well when they speak into that microphone.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Oh, perfect. Yes. Thank you so much.
Okay, yeah, I was just wondering if I could get a pre-trial release bond or OR bond, Your Honor, because I'm the only one here. Like, I don't have family or anything like that. And I work 7 days a week. So I was just wondering if I can get a pre-trial release bond at least.
Let me just take a look really quick. 1 moment.
Yes, ma'am. I believe my weapon charge is for a BB gun that was in the back seat.
So the weapon that was in your vehicle does meet the definition of carrying a firearm, and you are a prohibited person from carrying a firearm. And it does look like, when I look at your criminal history, you've been convicted of possessing a firearm in the while committing a violent felony, which that looks like that was back in 2021. You also have 3 failure to appears on your record. And so I do have some concerns about the safety for the community and the fact that you continue to have a weapon in your possession, despite the fact that you are a prohibited possessor. So today it is not an option to utilize pretrial services or to release you on your own recognizance. However, if you do not post your bond by your next hearing on May 23rd, you can speak to your attorney about asking the judge at that time to review the bond that has been set today. Do you have any further questions, sir?
No, that was it, Your Honor. It was a BB gun. It was my son's BB gun in the back seat. You know what I mean? So it wasn't like, okay, Your Honor. I just was wondering if I could get it lowered or something. I have no family out here. So can I at least get 10% of that?
Yes. So if you use a bail bonding company, it is 10% plus collateral. So and they'll give you information when you get to the back on how to contact them. But being it a secured bond, you can do the 10%. All right. If you'll step to your left, the officers will give you that paperwork. If I can have Antonio to the podium and Eric Cantu to the chair.
Hello.
Good morning. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Antonio Huereca, and then 31101.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here on a new Superior Court case for 1 count of aggravated assault, a Class 3 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference May 23rd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing May 28th at 8:30. In this case, you do have a secured appearance bond of $15,000. If you post that bond, you have written conditions of release to include no contact with the alleged victim, complainant, or witness, and you may not possess any weapons. All of this information will be included in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
Yes, ma'am. I work also 6 days a week. I understand this does look serious. I'm asking if I can, if I'd be able to get out to go to work tomorrow. I don't really want to lose my job at all. I've had a really good job for a long time. I have no intentions to hurt anybody.
If you post bond, you'll be released from custody. You do have the bond of $15,000. It is a secured appearance bond, though, meaning you can use a bail bonding company, which is typically going to be 10% plus collateral.
So 10% of 15,000?
Correct, if you go through a bail bonding company.
What if my girlfriend comes in and bails me out? Can she do that?
Do you mean... I mean, she can post the bond for you if that's what you're asking, then yes.
But it would be 15,000?
unless she goes through a bail bonding company. She could go through a bail bonding company as well. But if she does it without going through a bail bonding company, it would be the full $15,000.
Okay, so there's a good chance I can get out to get to work, miss?
When you get to the back, they'll give you access to phones to either contact family or friends or to contact bail bonding companies. Once that's posted, they'll process you to be released from custody.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If you'll step to your left, the officers will give you that paperwork. Eric Cantu to the podium and Andre White to the chair. Good morning, sir. Could I please get your name and date of birth?
Eric Cantu, September 24, 1987.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you have two cases on the calendar here this morning. The first one is a new Superior Court case, and it includes one count of aggravated domestic violence, a Class 5 felony, one count of disobeying an order of the court, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and one count of disorderly conduct, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference May 23rd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing May 28th at 8:30. In this case, you have a secured appearance bond of $7,500. You have a second case on the calendar. It looks like you're currently on probation, and so it is a Term 1 violation when you were picked up for this offense. So in that case, I will appoint an attorney to represent you and set a probation revocation hearing May 23rd at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond of $500 in that case. So the bond between the two cases is a secured appearance bond of $8,000. If you post bond, you have written conditions of release you'll need to comply with. It does include not returning to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with the alleged victim, complainant, or witness. You may not possess any weapons. You must obey the terms of the order of protection that has been issued, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. All of this information will be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions, sir?
Well, honestly, I came from another parlor, and this same case, because I know it wasn't domestic means towards, it was just an indication where I left the same home, and I had came up here for the similar reasons because of how they are with me. But I paid for this home with and from a judge, seen as another judge while I was incarcerated, buying the home from with the bank statement and a will that I have with my father, because that gentleman's not my father, or that woman. They're like a stepfather and mother to my stepbrother, and my family lives downstairs on another parliament. So I have that house rightfully inside of my name and my dad's name. So the reason for them to follow me is not my business. However, it does get on my nerves. So this seems very similar to the same case of why they brought it up here. I don't know if they're the same numbers, like biblical, going back on them and bringing up priors from down there. But are they the same case numbers, or is it a whole new charge? Because the gentleman at the police station, when he took me, the officer told me that it was just an overnight stay, but he didn't say anything about a felony 5 and a domestic violence and a disorderly conduct or anything like that. So are these the same priors from downstairs? Because these are priors, I'm pretty sure, from downstairs, from another parlor, brought up here, because those charges, like I said, are from another parlor, and this is a whole new parlor. So I came up here to make another life, just getting away from the situation so I wouldn't have to go through this again. But it seems like it followed me very fast, and here I am in this situation. I don't know what's wrong with them following me, and I just don't want them following me no more, and that's the whole reason why I left from up there. So I don't know what to do. I'm just in a tough, rough, hard spot. I was thinking about maybe just, I can't even get into my money a bank from that parlor down there up to here. I go in the bank, they told me that there's nothing there, you know? And I'm like, what the hell? I don't share accounts with them, you know? And it's just very frustrating. So right now, I can't go back to the house that I just purchased. It just doesn't make any sense. You know what I'm saying? So it's obviously something's going on here. You know, they're crying about the house downstairs that it wasn't in their name because they didn't buy anything. They didn't buy a receipt. I mean, they don't have first ownership of the home, not even second ownership of the home. You know, that house I was renting it down there. But this house, because I was renting it down there, I stopped renting it. And I'm like I said, I'm in my father's will. And here I am at this house. So he helped me pay this house off because I used to live here just in another divisionment's clout, you know, like the Cimarron, the eye, the color. And because I'm here, it's because on this one, it's like a troubled one, is because I'm in a kosher.
Okay.
So at that time, I'm in last.
Hold on, sir. So what it looks like is you're here today based on an arrest from yesterday, May 18th, 2025, for violating an order of protection that your brother Richard Cantu has against you. The location that you were arrested at is a home that's owned by Richard Cantu. And so based on that order of protection, you are not to go to that home, and you will not be able to based on the orders I'm entering again today. He has an order of protection against you, and so you are not to go near Mr. Richard Cantu, and you are not to go to that location that you were arrested at last night. So that is what the orders are for today. And these are not the same ones you were mentioning. These are for a brand new charge from yesterday, May 18th. If you'll step. I'm sorry, sir?
What about me just doing flat time? Well, am I going to get out today?
You will be released when you post a bond of $8,000.
But okay, listen to me then. I don't want to post bond. How much time would it be for me to just do flat time?
Well, today we're not here to find you guilty. We're here to determine whether or not they had probable cause to arrest you for the counts that I've already listed. So by staying in custody, we can't set any flat time today because you haven't been found guilty of any of these crimes.
So I'm going to be released, but I have to pay bond to be released?
Correct.
But it just don't make no sense. That's why I'm asking you, can I just do flat time?
Well,
basically, I'm going to jail, so it's like I'm already guilty.
You have not been found guilty of any crimes. However, if you do not post bond and you remain in custody, and later in the future you are found guilty and there is a sentence of incarceration, they could possibly do time served for any time that you are in custody between now and then. It
just doesn't run correct with me. That how much time would I be in there for?
Again, we're not here to discuss that today because you have not been found guilty of any crime.
Well, I would like to ask you if I can do flat time and waive those situations and run time concurrent with the 3 charges so I can just do DOC time. How about that?
Well, that's what I'm saying. We cannot do that here today. When you speak to your attorney, if you want to ask the attorney to make an offer to the court as it relates to any plea deal, you can do that at your next hearing, but that's not something we can handle this morning.
All right.
All right, if you'll step to your left, the officer will give you that paperwork. Mr. White to the podium and Mr. Ochoa to the chair. Good morning, sir. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Andre Lamar White, 11/15/1981, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you have 2 cases on the calendar this morning. The first one is a new Superior Court case for 1 count of unlawful flight from a law enforcement vehicle, a Class 5 felony, and 1 count of driving with a license that was suspended, revoked, or canceled, a misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference May 23rd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing May 28th at 8:30. In this case, you have a secured appearance bond of $5,000. You have a second case on the calendar, and that's a warrant coming from the Eloy Municipal Court related to one count of driving with a license that was suspended, revoked, or canceled. I'll appoint counsel in that case as well and set an arraignment hearing May 22nd at 8:30 in the Eloy Municipal Court. And in that case, you have a bond of $434. If you post bond, you will have written conditions of release that you'll need to comply with. It does include not driving a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. All of this information will be included in your paperwork. Did you have any questions, sir?
Yes, ma'am. I'm a single dad with teenage daughters. I need to get back home to my kids, and I just started a new job. That's how come I got behind on my payments, because I had just started a new job, and so I was hoping that I could get out this morning so I can tend to my kids before CPS finds out.
You'll be released once bond is posted.
I can't get OR, ma'am?
Sir, I was reviewing your criminal history, and you have 17 driving suspensions on your record, and your current charges relate to driving with a suspended license in addition to flight from a law enforcement vehicle. So I do have some concerns about the safety for the community, and so the bond will remain tonight. Anything further?
I really need to get home to my kids, ma'am. Is it possible? I mean, even the officer said that I wasn't driving recklessly or anything like that. It's just I was trying to get to my kids, and that's the reason why he and I didn't stop for him. So that's why I was trying to get home to my kids. I promise I will be at my court date, everything. I just need to get to my kids, Your Honor.
I understand, sir, but based on the records that I do have, the bond will remain tonight. You will have to post bond in order to be released from custody. If you'll please step to your left, the officers will give you that paperwork. Mr. Ochoa to the podium, and Mr. Anthony Kane to the chair.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Giovanni Cardenas, August 20, 1996.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you have two cases on the calendar. The first one is a new Superior Court case, and it does have a date range for your offenses of January 28th, 2025 to May 18th, 2025. It does include one count of intent to facilitate shoplifting, a Class 4 felony, and 6 counts of shoplifting, removal of goods, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference May 23rd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing May 28th at 8:30. In this case, you have a secured appearance bond of $5,000. You have a second case on the calendar, and that's a failure to appear bench warrant that was issued for you. I'm going to affirm the attorney that was previously appointed to represent you and set a probation revocation hearing May 23rd at 8:30. In that case, you have a secured appearance bond of $100. Between the two cases, you have a total bond of $5,100. If you post bond, you have written conditions of release to include not returning to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any victims, complainants, or witnesses, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. All of this information will be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
No, that's it.
All right, if you'll step to your left, the officers will give you that paperwork.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anthony Kane to the podium and Irvine Miranda to the chair.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Can I please get your name and date of birth?
Yes, Anthony Kane, 11/27/1988.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here on a new municipal court case. It does include one count of assault, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and one count of disorderly conduct, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have an arraignment hearing in the Surprise Municipal Court on May 28th at 1:30 in the afternoon. You have a secured appearance bond of $5,000. If that bond is posted, you have written conditions of release to include not returning to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. You may not possess any weapons, and you must obey the terms of any order of protection or order against harassment that may be issued against you in the future. All of this information will be included in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
No questions right now, Your Honor.
All right, if you'll step to your left, the officer will give you that paperwork. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Miranda to the podium and Mr. Billy to the chair.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Urban Miranda, January 9, 1998.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here on a probation violation warrant with allegations of violating term 1 of your probation. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you and set a probation revocation hearing May 23rd at 8:30. You have a cash bond of $2,500. If you post that bond, you'll have written conditions of release you'll need to comply with. It does include contacting your probation officer within 72 hours of release. All of that will be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
Yeah, the bond, do I gotta pay the full amount, or there's no payment plan or something like that?
Correct. You'll have to pay the full $2,500 before being released from custody.
Okay.
Anything further?
No, besides that, I was just trying to get all this done, and I was trying to ask what I could do to get my probation done and get it over with, because I'm trying to work, and this is blocking everything I'm trying to get done. And well, my dad's actually trying to help me too. I was struggling, and when I was going to probation, well, he moved out, I was living with him, and then that's what complicated everything. So I had to go from here and there, and I couldn't contact my probation officer, and that's when this happened. And recently, not so long ago, my dad told me to go back with him, and he was going to help me out, but...
When you go to the hearing on May 23rd, that is your probation revocation hearing, and they can potentially finalize the disposition that day. So talk to your attorney about what expectations you have as it relates to your probation going forward.
Okay. So I could pay bond, right?
Yeah, once you post bond, you'll be released from custody, and then just make sure you go to that hearing so you can get the probation revocation addressed, okay?
That sounds good.
Okay, thank you, sir. If you'll step to your left, the officers will give you that paperwork. Mr. Billy to the podium and Miss Crandall to the chair. Good morning, sir. Could I get your name and date of birth?
My name is Sheldon Dakota Billy, 11/25/1996.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you have 3 cases on the calendar. The first one is a new Superior Court case. It does include 1 count of narcotic drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference May 23rd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing May 28th at 8:30. In this case, you have a secured appearance bond of $250. You also have 2 probation violation warrants that were issued for you with allegations that you violated terms 3, 4, 5, and 15 of your probation. I'm going to appoint an attorney in those cases, and you'll have a probation revocation hearing May 23rd at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond of $1,000 in one case and $250 in the other. So you have a total bond between the 3 cases of $1,500. If you post that bond, you have written conditions of release to include contacting your probation officer within 72 hours of release. All of that will be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, if you'll step to your left, sir, they'll give you that paperwork. Ms. Crandall to the podium and Miss Bruce to the chair. Good morning. Could I get your name and date of birth?
Ashlyn Crandall, 11/04/04.
Thank you, ma'am. It does look like you are here on a failure to appear bench warrant for some drug charges that you have pending. I'm going to affirm the attorney that was previously appointed to represent you and set a status conference May 23rd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing May 28th at 8:30. In this case, you do have a secured appearance bond of $1,000. If you post that bond, you have written conditions of release you'll need to comply with, and then you'll need to ensure you attend those hearings to avoid a future failure to appear warrant and forfeiture of any bond that you post. Did you have any questions, ma'am?
No, I would just want to say something.
Okay.
Why I failed to appear is it's not like I didn't attend a court case or a court date. It's I got the SAGE program and I was on my phone and my phone was broken and me and my mom got into an argument and she chased me out, so I wasn't able to attend class, and that's what that was.
So the docket is indicating that there was a hearing scheduled for April 14th, 2025, and you failed to appear for that hearing, and based on your failure to appear at that hearing, this warrant issued.
Okay.
Okay, so keep the paperwork that we're about to hand you and make sure you attend the next 2 hearings. Okay, ma'am?
Okay.
All right, thank you. If you'll step to your left, the officers will give you that paperwork. Miss Bruce to the podium, and Miss Dema to the chair, or Dema. Good morning. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Date of birth, 12/17/1987.
Thank you, ma'am. It does look like you have 2 probation violation warrants on the calendar with allegations you violated terms 4, 5, and 7 of your probation. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you and set a probation revocation hearing May 23rd at 8:30 in the morning. You have a secured appearance bond of $500 on each case for a total of $1,000. If you post that bond, you have written conditions of release to include contacting your probation officer within 72 hours. All of this information will be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions, ma'am?
No, ma'am.
Oh, all right. If you'll step to your left, they'll give you that paperwork.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dema to the podium and Mr. Stover to the chair. Good morning. Can I please get your name and date of birth?
Good morning. Hanan Dema, 08/14/1997.
Thank you, ma'am. It does look like you have 3 cases on the calendar. 2 of them are failure to appear bench warrants that were issued for you for some pending charges that you have. I'm going to affirm the attorney that was previously appointed to represent you on those cases and set a status conference May 29th at 8:30. In those cases, you have a secured appearance bond of $250 in each case. You have a 3rd case on the calendar, and that is a direct complaint that was filed with an offense date of October 7th, 2024, for 1 count of narcotic drug possession, a class 4 felony. And let me correct that. The warrant issued October 7th, 2024. The offense date is May 20th, 2023. I'm going to appoint an attorney in that case and set a status conference May 23rd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing May 28th at 8:30. You also have a bond of $250 in this case. So between the 3 cases, you have a total secured appearance bond of $750. If you post bond, you have written conditions of release you'll need to comply with. It does include not possessing any weapons, and you are not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You also need to ensure you attend all of these hearings to avoid any future failure to appear warrants and forfeiture of any bond that you post. All of that will be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
No, I just wanted to say something.
Okay.
That's okay. I actually do appreciate the bonds. But if you, I know we all spilled our little spiel today, but if you ever wanted to see someone succeed, it would definitely be me. I haven't had a day sober in 7 years, and for the first time, I'm 3 months sober. So if there's any way that I can OR or pretrial services, I would greatly appreciate that. But either way, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. And And I do congratulate you on your sobriety, and I hope things continue to go well for you. The bond will remain. However, if you do not post it between now and the next hearing, you can talk to your attorney about making an oral motion to have that amended at the next hearing, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Stover to the podium and Ms. Schroeder to the chair.
Hello.
Good morning. Could I get your name and date of birth?
Yes, James Stover, 10979 is my birthday.
Thank you so much. It does look like you have two cases on the calendar. You have a failure to appear bench warrant that was issued for you. I'm going to affirm the attorney that was previously appointed to represent you in that case. And I'm going to set a status conference on May 23rd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing May 28th at 8:30. Those are both in the downtown Superior Courthouse on Madison Street. You have a secured appearance bond in that case of $500. You also have a new case this morning. It's a new justice court case for 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of resisting arrest, passive resistance, a class 1 misdemeanor. For purposes of this hearing only, I am not finding probable cause as to the drug paraphernalia charge. I am finding probable cause to the other count. I will appoint an attorney and set an arraignment hearing in the North Valley Justice Court on May 22nd at 8:30, and you have a secured appearance bond of $50 in this case. So between the two cases, it's a total bond of $550. If you post bond, you have written conditions of release you'll need to comply with, and then you'll also need to ensure you attend these hearings to avoid any future failure to appear warrants and forfeiture of any bond you post. All of that will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
Yeah, at my next hearing, we can try to amend it and get an OR.
If bond has not been posted, you can talk to your attorney about asking the court to change the bond at that time. All right?
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. All right.
Ms. Schroeder to the podium and Jose to the chair. Good morning. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Danielle Schroeder, 3/11/1984.
Thank you, ma'am. It does look like you are here on a probation violation warrant with allegations you violated terms 3 and 5 of your probation. I'm going to appoint an attorney. Hold on, ma'am. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you and set a probation revocation hearing May 23rd at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond of $250. If you post bond, you have written conditions of release. It does include contacting your probation officer within 72 hours. All of that will be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions?
Yeah, I didn't know that I was on probation. I was never told I had a probation officer.
All right, let me take a look. You were sentenced to probation on August 20th, 2024 for a drug charge that you had pending. And the court ordered you to probation and ordered you to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. It looks like you never contacted your probation officer after you were sentenced to this probation.
Okay.
The phone number for the main probation office will be in your paperwork. So contact that main number and they can direct you to your probation officer, okay?
Oh, okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Jose to the podium and Laura White to the chair. Good morning, sir. Could I get your name and date of birth?
Jose Carlos Vivete Montaño, 8/28/1998.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here on a probation violation warrant with allegations you violated terms 3 and 5 of your probation. I'll appoint an attorney and set a probation revocation hearing May 23rd at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond of $100. If that bond is posted, you have written conditions of release to include contacting your probation officer within 72 hours. All of that will be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions? Okay, if you step to your left.
I have a release?
Once you post the bond of $100.
Okay.
Okay, if you step to your left, the officers will give you that paperwork. Miss White to the podium and Mr. Monroy to the chair. Good morning. Could I get your name and date of birth?
Laura White, 10/4/89.
Thank you, ma'am. It does look like you are here on a direct complaint that was filed. It has an offense date of March 7th, 2024. It includes 2 counts. Actually, it includes four counts of DUI. It does involve a DUI with a BAC of 0.08 and with a passenger under the age of 15. They are all Class 6 felonies. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you and set a status conference June 3rd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing June 5th at 8:30. In this case, I am releasing you on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear at those hearings. You have written conditions of release to include not possessing or consuming any alcohol. All of this information will be included in your paperwork. Did you have any questions, ma'am?
No.
Okay, if you'll step to your left, they'll give you that paperwork.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Monroy to the podium and Jonathan Weir to the chair.
Hi, Your Honor.
Good morning. Could I get your name and date of birth?
Yeah, Jonathan Monroy, 09/14/2001.
And Mr. Monroy, can you spell your first name?
JONATHAN.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to update the spelling of your name. One moment.
Thank you.
Okay, you do have 3 cases on the calendar. The first one is a new municipal court case for 1 count of driving with a license that was suspended, revoked, or canceled, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Due to the nature of your charges, you're not entitled to court-appointed counsel. This is going to take place in the Goodyear Municipal Court, but you also have a Goodyear Municipal Court warrant for 1 count of racing a Class 1 misdemeanor.
Yeah.
In this case, you are also not entitled to court-appointed counsel. You're going to have an arraignment hearing in the Goodyear Municipal Court on June 4th at 1 p.m. That does apply to your new charges as well as the warrant, that hearing date of June 4th at 1 p.m. You have a third case on the calendar, and that is a warrant coming from the Arcadia Biltmore Justice Court related to a DUI. In this case, you're also not entitled to court-appointed counsel, and you'll have an arraignment hearing in the Arcadia Biltmore Justice Court on June 4th at 1 p.m. And you may have noticed they're the same date and time, and they're different locations. I can't change the date and time for the justice courts, so I've included their phone numbers in the paperwork for you. You are going to need to call one or both courts and let them know that you have conflicting dates and that you need to get one of them moved to a different date and time. So make sure that's one of the first things you do when you're released from custody. I am releasing you today on your own recognizance. That is your promise to appear at those hearings. If you fail to appear, a warrant will be issued and you'll be held on bond at your next hearing. Did you have any questions?
No, thank you, Your Honor, and thank you for letting me know that I have to ask for motion for my one of those court cases. I really appreciate that.
You're welcome, sir. If you'll step to your left, the officers will give you those paperwork.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too. Mr. Weird to the podium. Good morning. Can I get your name and date of birth?
My name's Jonathan Edward Weir, 46989.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you have 2 cases on the calendar. The first one is a new Superior Court case, and it does include 1 count of dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference June 3rd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing June 5th at 8:30. The second case on the calendar is a probation violation. Because you're on probation, it is a term 1 violation when you're picked up for a new offense. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you and set a probation revocation hearing May 23rd at 8:30. I am releasing you today on your own recognizance in both cases. That is your promise to appear at those hearings. You do have written conditions of release included in your paperwork. It is going to include contacting your probation officer within 72 hours. You also need to ensure that you attend all of these hearings. Otherwise, a failure to appear warrant will issue and you will be held on bond at the next hearing. Did you have any questions?
No questions.
Thank you, sir. If you'll step to your left, they'll give you that paperwork.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Case number 14 and 8 will proceed as house calls due to the defendants being unable to function. Case number 14 is Zachary Reeves, date of birth March 31st, 1999. He's here on a new Superior Court case for 1 count of aggravated assault on a minor, a Class 4 felony, and 2 counts of disorderly conduct, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent him. He will have a status conference May 23rd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing May 28th at 8:30. I'm setting a secured appearance bond of $15,000. If he posts bond, he'll have written conditions of release to include not returning to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness, and he may not possess any weapons. If anything changes after I meet with him, I will update the written record. Case number 8 is Angelina Stevens, date of birth June 20th, 1993. We're here on a new Superior Court case for 1 count of dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent her. She will have a status conference June 3rd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing June 5th at 8:30. I am releasing her today on her own recognizance. That is her promise to appear. She will have written conditions of release she needs to comply with. If anything changes after I meet with her, I will update the written record. Case number 1 will proceed as a house call due to being a danger to self. Robert Dinkle, date of birth January 18th, 1973. He is here on a justice court warrant for 1 count of DUI. I am appointing counsel and setting an arraignment hearing May 22nd at 8:30 in the Encanto Justice Court. I'm affirming the secured appearance bond of $250. If bond is posted, he'll have written conditions of release he needs to comply with. If anything changes after I meet with him, I will update the written record. That now concludes our 5 a.m. calendar, and we will stand in recess until 8 a.m. Mel, do I just stay on here, or you just go off the record and then I'll stay on here to do the house calls?
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you. Officer, if you're speaking to me, I can't hear you.
You able to hear me now?
Yep, perfect.
All right, first one is Safe Cell 11, Mr. Zachary Reeves. Zach.
Hi, Mr. Reeves, can you hear me? Mr. Reeves, can you hear me? Officer, unfortunately, I can't hear him. Can he hear me?
Yes, he can.
All right, Mr. Reeves, we're here today on a new Superior Court case for 1 count of aggravated assault on a minor, a Class 4 felony, and 2 counts of disorderly conduct, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference May 23rd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing May 28th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond of $15,000. If bond is posted, you have written conditions of release to include not returning to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any victims, complainants, or witnesses, and you may not possess any weapons. All of that information will be included in your paperwork, and the officer will put that on your clipboard, sir. It looks like he's speaking, but I can't hear him. Can you relay what he's saying?
I meant one more time, speak up a little bit. Oh, he's asking if he stays here. You'll be here until bond is paid. So just a question about the bond? We're good? Yeah. Okay, he just had a question about bond.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Hi, ma'am. That's the 606 Robert Dinkle.
Hi, Mr. Dinkle. Can you hear me?
This is
Robert,
Court.
I got you.
Come on over here.
Here and speak to him.
And we're having court. Can you be quiet, please? Thank you.
All right, Robert, you have to speak up so she can hear you, all right?
Hi, Mr. Dinkle. It looks like you're here today. You're here on a warrant from the Encanto Justice Court related to one count of DUI with an offense date of August 13th, 2024. I am appointing an attorney to represent you and setting an arraignment hearing in the Encanto Justice Court on May 22nd at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond of $250. If you post bond, you have written conditions of release you need to comply with, and then you need to ensure you attend that hearing. Otherwise, a failure to appear warrant will issue and you will forfeit any bond you post. All of this information will be in your paperwork, and the officers will put that on your clipboard for you.
They'll let you know.
Robert, what all did you miss? What all did you not hear? All right, what is the... Lower it some. You missed the charges.
Okay, so your charge is for one count of DUI with an offense date of August 13th, 2024. The Encanto Justice Court issued a warrant for this DUI. Did you have any questions, sir?
He essentially missed everything up until you just...
So in this case, I'm appointing an attorney to represent you, and you're going to have an arraignment hearing on May 22nd at 8:30 in the Encanto Justice Court, and they have set a bond of $250. Once that bond is posted, you'll be released from custody, and then you need to ensure you attend that hearing. Otherwise, a failure to appear warrant will issue, and you'll forfeit that bond.
Okay.
Okay? All right, they'll put your paperwork on your clipboard, sir. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Yeah.
I just put it there.
Then we have Miss Angela Stevens. Angela. Angela, wake up. Go to the door. Angela. Passport. You can come over here to the chat. It's okay.
Hi, Miss Stevens, can you hear me? Okay, we're going to have your hearing. It looks like you're here on a new Superior Court case for 1 count of dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference June 3rd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing June 5th at 8:30. I am releasing you today on your own recognizance at your promise to appear. Your paperwork will have written conditions of release, and then you need to ensure you attend those hearings. Did you have any questions, ma'am? No questions? All right. The officer's giving you your paperwork.
Here you go, ma'am.
Angelina.
That's yours. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, officers. Have a great day.
Thank you. You as well.
Bye.
Bye.
Alright, y'all need to hear from, get on the floor, wake up, this is the courtroom. Take your hats off, take your booties off. Take your hats off. Take your hats off, put your shirts on, take your hat off. You, hat, keep it there. All right.
On the phone. Are you Mr. Garcia?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hi.
Hello. How are you?
Thought I'd take a stab in the dark with that one because, you know, you're not Brooke.
That's true. That's true.
Mr. Garcia, may I ask which matter you're here on?
Number 16, Your Honor, Martinez Morales. Thank you.
All right. All right, good morning. My name is Commissioner Elizabeth Campbell, and this is the 8 a.m. initial appearance calendar for May 19th, 2025.
Muy buenos días, este es el calendario de las 8 de la mañana de comparecencia inicial. Mi nombre es la comisionada Elizabeth Campbell y este es el calendario del 19 de mayo del 2025.
The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar.
Las órdenes del tribunal dadas el primer día del mes de que la oficina del comisario les tome las huellas dactilares o muestras de ADN serán aplicadas a todas las causas del día de hoy.
Persons appearing before this court are reminded that they have the right to remain silent and that anything they say could be used against them.
La primera información que tengo para todos ustedes es que ustedes cuentan con el derecho a guardar silencio y cualquier cosa que digan el día de hoy aquí podrá ser utilizado en su contra posteriormente.
Most of you have qualified for a court-appointed attorney.
La mayoría de ustedes ha calificado para que se les asigne un abogado de la Defensoría Pública.
If you have not qualified for a court-appointed attorney, or even if you have, you may retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you.
Si no se les ha asignado un abogado por parte del tribunal, o si se les ha asignado pero quieren contratar un abogado particular, ustedes pueden hacerlo en cualquier momento, pero será bajo sus propios gastos.
I will be calling you up individually.
Se les va a estar llamando cada uno de ustedes de forma individual.
When your name is called, please proceed to the podium.
Cuando les hable por su nombre, por favor, procedan a pararse detrás del podio.
At the conclusion of your matter, the detention officer will have paperwork for you.
Una vez que terminemos con su causa, el agente de detención va a tener documentos para ustedes.
That paperwork will detail in writing the orders in your case.
Este documento va a tener por escrito todos los detalles de las órdenes en su caso.
All right, we are going to start this morning with Omar Martinez Morales, please.
Vamos a iniciar el día de hoy con Omar Martínez Morales, por favor.
Good morning, sir. Please state your name for the record.
Buenos días, señor. ¿Nos puede dar su nombre completo para el acta?
Omar Martínez Morales.
Omar Martínez Morales.
And Mr. Morales, what is your date of birth?
Y señor Morales, ¿cuál es su fecha de nacimiento?
11/30/95.
11/30/95.
Thank you. And Mr. Garcia, did you want to go ahead and make your appearance on behalf of the state?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Stephen Garcia, on behalf of the state.
Y señor García, quisiera presentarse por parte del Estado. Sí, buenos días, señoría. Stephen García, por parte del Estado. Roberto Wilson, Court Interpreter.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Garcia, would you like to be heard on probable cause this morning?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Señor García, quisiera que se le escuchara en cuanto a motivo fundado de procesamiento en este caso. No, señoría, gracias.
And I apologize, Mr. Interpreter. I will make a better effort to not hinder your efforts this morning. Mr. Morales, would you like to be heard on probable cause?
Señor Morales, quisiera a usted que se escuchara el motivo fundado de procesamiento.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to, I ask you because I asked Mr. Garcia. However, I am going to remind you that you have the right to remain silent and that anything you say could be used against you.
Y le estoy preguntando porque le pregunté al señor García, pero también debe de recordar que usted tiene el derecho de guardar silencio.
You do not have to say anything at this time.
En este momento, si usted no lo desea, no debe de decir nada.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, you, Mr. Morales, you were arrested yesterday on charges of manslaughter, a Class 2 felony, leaving the scene of an accident with death or injury, a Class 2 felony, and unlawful flight from law enforcement, a Class 5 felony.
Señor García, señor Morales, usted fue arrestado el día de ayer en base a las siguientes acusaciones. Una acusación de homicidio culposo con un delito clase 2, dejar el lugar de un accidente con un caso de muerte, el cual es un delito clase 2, y huir de forma de una autoridad. Esto es un delito clase 5.
I did find probable cause for all of those violations.
Determiné que existe motivo fundado de procesamiento para todas estas acusaciones.
For purposes of appointing you an attorney, I am finding that you are not indigent.
Con motivo de poderle asignar un abogado que lo represente en su caso, estoy determinando que usted no es una persona de escasos recursos.
Consequently, I am not appointing you an attorney today.
Por lo tanto, no le voy a asignar un abogado para que lo represente el día de hoy.
However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you.
Sin embargo, usted puede contratar a un abogado para que lo represente.
I'm setting 2 hearings in your case, the first on May 23rd at 8:30.
Voy a asignar 2 audiencias en su caso, la primera el día 23 de mayo.
And the second one on May 28th at 8:30.
Y la segunda el 28 de mayo, ambas a las 8:30 de la mañana.
Both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court.
Ambas se van a llevar a cabo en las instalaciones del Tribunal Superior de Maricopa en el centro de Phoenix.
All right, Mr. Morales, I am now going to consider terms and conditions of release, if any.
Ok, señor Morales, en este momento voy a determinar las medidas cautelares en su caso, si es que hay alguna.
I'm going to hear from the state first, and then I will give you an opportunity to speak as well, okay?
Voy a escuchar cuál es la opinión del Estado y después, de hecho, voy a escuchar su opinión. ¿Está bien?
Sí.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Interpreter. Mr. Garcia, would you like to be heard on terms and conditions of release, if any, in this matter?
Señor García, quisiera que se escuchara de su parte acerca de las medidas cautelares, en este caso, si es que hay alguna.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're asking for a $500,000 cash bond.
Sí, gracias, señoría. Estamos pidiendo una fianza de $500,000 en efectivo.
The state feels that the defendant is dangerous and a flight risk.
El Estado considera que el acusado es un peligro y un riesgo de huida.
The inherent nature of the charges themselves reflect the dangerousness.
Las características de la acusación reflejan la peligrosidad de este caso,
as well as the reckless behavior,
así como la conducta imprudencial,
which would include, sadly, the death of the victim here due to the defendant's driving.
Lo cual incluyó desafortunadamente la muerte de la víctima debido a este accidente.
A higher level of a breath alcohol content based on a preliminary breath test.
La elevada concentración de alcohol debido a una muestra preliminar de un alcoholímetro.
Further evidence of recklessness, including signs and symptoms of alcohol intoxication.
Pruebas aún mayores de la imprudencialidad en base a las muestras de que estaba altamente alcoholizado.
And several of the defendant's own admissions.
Y varias de las admisiones del acusado.
As well as the defendant apparently fleeing from the scene itself, as well as from police.
Además de que el acusado huyó del lugar del accidente, así como también de las agencias del orden público.
And having ties to another country.
Y tener lazos en otro país.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Gracias, señoría.
And Mr. Garcia, I see from the state's recommendation that was submitted that you are also requesting electronic monitoring. Does that continue to be the state's request in this matter?
Y, señor García, estoy viendo que también como parte de las recomendaciones que había ingresado anteriormente el Estado, está también el que haya monitoreo electrónico. ¿Este sigue siendo un requisito del Estado?
Yes, Your Honor, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sí, señoría, gracias.
And Mr. Morales, do you have a position on terms and conditions of release, if any, in this matter?
Y, señor Morales, ¿usted tiene alguna postura o alguna petición en cuanto a sus medidas cautelares, si es que hay alguna?
Was that a no, Mr. Morales?
¿Dijo no, señor?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. I have reviewed both the Form 4 and the state's recommendations in this matter. Based upon the Form 4 and state's argument today, I do believe that state's recommendation is very appropriate in this matter. I am setting a cash-only appearance bond in the amount of $500,000. I am, in the event that Mr. Morales, I'm sorry, Mr. Interpreter, I'll pause.
Thank you, Your Honor. Entonces, después de haber considerado y leído el formato 4, así como las recomendaciones del Estado y los argumentos presentados el día de hoy, creo que es completamente apropiado el establecimiento de la fianza en el monto que establece el Estado de $500,000. Go ahead, Your Honor.
Thank you. In the event, Mr. Morales, you are able to post that bond and secure your release, I am requiring pretrial supervision.
Y en caso de que usted, señor Morales, pueda pagar esta fianza y sea puesto en libertad, voy a solicitar que esté puesto bajo los servicios de control de procesados.
Those conditions will include ankle monitoring.
Estas recomendaciones van a incluir el monitoreo a través de tobillera electrónica.
That you not consume alcohol.
Que no pueda tomar alcohol.
And that you not drive a car.
Y que no pueda manejar ningún vehículo.
All right. With that, Mr. Morales, that concludes your matter before this court this morning. You may go ahead, step to the left.
Con esto terminamos con la audiencia de su caso el día de hoy. Si gusta, puede pasar a su izquierda, por favor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. All right, our next matter is Rosario Gutierrez, please.
Siguiente caso, Rosario Gutiérrez.
Mr. Gutierrez, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Señor Gutiérrez, si nos puede dar su nombre completo para el acta, por favor.
Rosario Alan Leiva Gutiérrez.
Rosario Alan Leiva Gutiérrez.
Mr. Gutierrez, you are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest for allegations that you violated your probation.
Señor Gutiérrez, usted está presente el día de hoy aquí por alegatos que se han vertido por parte del Tribunal Superior de que usted ha quebrantado su régimen a prueba.
I am appointing you an attorney and I'm setting a hearing on May 27th at 8:30 a.m.
Voy a asignarle un abogado y se va a asignar una nueva fecha para que comparezca el día 27 de mayo.
That hearing will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court.
Esa audiencia se va a llevar a cabo en las instalaciones del Tribunal Superior en el centro de Maricopa, en el centro de Phoenix.
I am setting a secured appearance bond in your matter in the amount of $100.
Voy a establecer una fianza con garantía para su comparecencia de $100.
In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you will need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours.
Si usted puede pagar esa fianza y es puesto en libertad, debe de ponerse en contacto con su agente de régimen a prueba en las próximas 72 horas después de ser puesto en libertad.
Thank you. Go ahead, step to the left. Officer has your paperwork for you.
Si gusta pasar a la izquierda, la agente tiene sus documentos.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Interpreter, those are all the people I have on my list that require your services this morning. However, could you please inquire in the gallery to see if anybody else needs your services?
Yes, Your Honor. ¿Habrá alguna otra persona que requiera los servicios de intérprete en español?
All right, we have no hands. Thank you so much, Mr. Interpreter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Dustin Ordner and then Corwin Stiller, please. Morning, sir. Go ahead, state your name for the record.
Dustin Ordner.
Mr. Ordner, what is your date of birth?
10/18/1976.
You are here this morning, sir, because the grand jury in Maricopa County issued a warrant for your arrest based upon charges that on or about August 5th, 2022, you possessed narcotic drugs for sale, which is a Class 2 felony. Based upon, I am appointing you an attorney. And I know you indicated you did not want an attorney appointed, but in an abundance of caution, I'm going to go ahead and do that, okay? You can still retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing on May 27th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court, and I am affirming the bond amount in the grand jury arrest warrant of secured appearance bond in the amount of $10,000. In the event that you are able to post that and secure your release, you will need to go to your hearing on the 27th. Okay, go ahead, step to the left. Corwin Stiller, please, and then Alan Nakamura. Mr. Stiller, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Corwin Nash Stiller,
And Mr. Stiller, what's your date of birth?
12/16/1994.
Thank you. And Mr. Stiller, you are here because the Coconino County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest in their matter. I am going to indicate that an attorney should be appointed for you at your next hearing, which will be in Coconino County Superior Court on May 22nd at 8:30 a.m. I am setting a secured appearance.
So I can get bonded out on this?
I have set a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50,000, so you can work with a bond company to get that money to post that bond.
To post it, and then okay. Because when was this warrant issued? I just recently was stopped by Mesa PD, and they didn't inform me of this, as well as I just saw my probation officer not even a week ago. I haven't been in Flagstaff in months. I've been down here for the last like 3 months now.
It looks like this was issued earlier in May.
Okay.
So, it's a confirmed warrant. We confirmed it before your appearance here in court this morning. So,
okay.
It is a valid warrant.
Okay. It's just I haven't been up there in months, so I wasn't sure. And what is the warrant for? I'm sorry, I don't even know the charges.
Here's to be dangerous drugs, transportation and or sale.
Okay.
Offense, dangerous drugs. Yes. My form, the information I have is a little limited, but it does appear to be dangerous drugs, transportation, or sale. Okay. And it is $50,000 secured appearance bond. Okay? Go ahead, step to the left. Alan Nakamura, please. All right, sir, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Alan Nakamura.
And Mr. Nakamura, what is your date of birth?
October 8th, 2001.
Thank you. And you are here based upon your arrest for unlawful flight from law enforcement, a Class 6 felony, which offense occurred on or about September 15th of 2024. I did find probable cause for that. I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting 2 hearings, the first on May 23rd at 8:30 and the next one on May 28th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your matter in the amount of $2,500. In the event that you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would be subject to certain other pretrial release conditions, including ankle monitoring. All right, go ahead, step to left.
Thank you.
Daryl Thompson, please, and then Lindsay Richardson. Daryl Thompson, please. Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. I got
hit by a car 12 days ago.
No, I was not rushing you. I have the monitor in a bad spot, so I apologize. Mr. Thompson, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Daryl Thompson.
All right, and Mr. Thompson, what's your date of birth?
9/29/58.
All right, and Mr. Thompson, you are here on 3 matters. Let's go ahead and talk about your new matter. You were arrested yesterday on charges of shoplifting, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause for that, and I am appointing you an attorney. In your new matter, I am setting 2 hearings, first on May 23rd at 8:30 and the next one on May 28th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your case in the amount of $2,500.
When did shoplifting become from a misdemeanor to a felony? What did I do? I never did it before in my life.
So it was shoplifting concealment. You were putting the things in, you were concealing the
items. I did. Yes.
That's what makes it a felony.
Oh, is that what?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Huh. Wow.
All right. So
in
the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you may not return to the scene of the alleged crime. And actually, Julie, I'm sorry, I need to fix that.
So it's like $250?
So secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,500.
How much does that do? How does that work?
So you can work with a bond company
Okay.
to set that, okay? All right, in the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you may not return to the scene of the alleged crime, and you would need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours, which brings us to your other matters. You are currently on probation in CR 2009-178-001 and CR 2010-006-327. The allegations in your new case would constitute a violation of Term 1 of each of your probation cases. In your probation violation matters, in each case, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on May 27th at 8:30 in the downtown.
So probation violated me?
I'm sorry, what?
Probation violated me, you saying?
So your new charges would constitute a violation of your existing probation.
If they want to.
Well, they constitute a violation of Term 1. So that's why we're talking about all three cases. In each of your probation cases, I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting a hearing on May 27th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In each of the probation violation matters, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. So that is a combined secured appearance bond for all three cases in the amount of $3,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours.
So let me get straight. I paid $3,000, I can get released. That's the bottom line, right?
You can get you can work with a bonding company. These are all secured, so it's not a cash bond. But you can talk to a bonding company about it, and they'll be able to provide more information. The detention officer should be able to give you information about
But
bonding.
the point is, I'm trying to understand, comprehend. I've been in prison for 33 years. I get the $3,000 paid. I walk out, yes or no? Bottom line.
So you would be subject to release if you can post the bond.
And Miss Martine Marcel is my PO. I'll talk to her, let her know. I've been 29 months out of prison after 33 years clean.
Okay. All right, go ahead, step to the left. Officers have your paperwork for you. Lindsay Richardson, please, and then Jose Pinuelas. Morning, ma'am. Go ahead, state your name for the record.
Lindsay Elizabeth Richardson.
And Ms. Richardson, what's your date of birth?
6/20/83.
Thank you. And you are here on two matters. We're going to go ahead and talk about your Maricopa Superior Court Family Court matter first. The Superior Court issued a child support arrest warrant, and that arrest warrant sets a cash purge amount in the amount of $2,250.
Your Honor, I already did that.
Okay.
Like a year ago.
Okay. The warrant is confirmed, so our information, which was confirmed, is that money is still, the warrant's still valid. So.
Okay.
All right. This is a civil matter, so I am not appointing you an attorney in this matter. I am setting a hearing on May 23rd at 10 a.m. in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am reflecting the arrest warrant, setting a purge amount, a cash purge amount in the amount of $2,250. Okay, so that amount would have to be paid before you are eligible for release.
So, Your Honor, if I have the receipts from when I already did this, because the judge required me to pay it, and I had to come up with that out of nowhere a year ago. And then we've already, I thought, handled this a long time ago. So, I don't even know if they thought this wasn't even mine when they were talking about it in the cop car. So I don't know, because the information wasn't matching, because the officer that was pulling it up in the car, all of the details, it was the same name, but all the other details didn't match, and I wasn't aware of this at all I thought, so I just wanted to make sure that it was confirmed as me for sure, because I know he was having a problem with that.
Yeah, Lindsay Elizabeth Richardson.
Yes, but it could it be another, I mean, because like, the person was like 5'9", like 100 and something 20 pounds, and that's not me. Or 5'4". And again, this is news to me.
What is the name of the father of your children?
Jacob Plucker.
Yeah, this is you.
Okay.
All right, so we talked about the family court arrest warrant and the cash purge amount. You are also here because the Peoria Municipal Court issued a warrant for your arrest.
Your Honor, before we move on from that, also can I ask one more question? You said that I would have to or pay that amount before release.
Yes, ma'am.
So if I don't have the money to pay it, I don't have any way to do it. So do I just stay in jail till, or like if I can't, like I could, then that goes away with the time I serve?
You can talk to the judge. You'll see the judge on the 23rd, and you can talk to the judge on the 23rd, okay?
But that's cash, you said, and not like I don't know a lot about this kind of system.
It is, yeah, it's a cash purge amount.
Okay.
So it's, yes. So you're also here because you were arrested on a Peoria Municipal Court warrant.
Yes.
In that matter, I am, for purposes of appointing you an attorney, finding that you are indigent, and an attorney should be appointed for you at your next hearing, which will be on May 22nd at 9 a.m. in the Peoria Municipal Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50 as a placeholder in that case. Okay? Go ahead, step left.
Your Honor, what about the court date that I was going to, like last night when I had a court, I was supposed to go to court in Peoria this morning. Does that get erased and replaced with that one?
So you can talk to the judge on the 22nd. Okay. I really have nothing to do with the Peoria Municipal Court.
Sorry, I don't know how the system works very well, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Jose Penuelas, please. And then David Martinez. All right, Mr. Penuelas, go ahead and state your name for the record.
Say what? Repeat that?
State your name for the record, please.
My name is Jose Alberto Pinuelas.
Mr. Penuelas, what is your date of birth?
December 2nd, 1988.
Thank you. And you are here because you were arrested yesterday on criminal trespass in the first degree, Class 6 felony, and criminal damage, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for those, and I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting 2 hearings in your case, the first on May 23rd at 8:30, and the next one on May 28th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your case in the amount of $1,000. Go ahead, step to the left. David Martinez, please. Good morning, sir. Go ahead, state your name for the record.
David Martinez.
And Mr. Martinez, what is your date of birth?
1/10/1992.
Thank you. And Mr. Martinez, you are here on 2 matters today. Let's go ahead and talk about, first, we'll do one and then we'll do the other. So you were arrested based upon a direct complaint arrest warrant issued by the Maricopa Maricopa County Superior Court on charges that on or about May 22nd, 22, you engaged in aggravated driving or actual physical control while under the influence of intoxicating liquor or drugs, a Class 4 felony, and that also on or about July 22nd, 2022, you engaged in aggravated driving or actual physical control while under the influence of intoxicating liquor or drugs, a Class 4 felony, so 2 counts. I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on May 23rd at 8:30 and May 28th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In that first direct complaint matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. Now, you are also here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a arrest warrant in a second direct complaint matter, which alleges that on or about December 16th of 22, you engaged in aggravated driving or actual physical control while under the influence of intoxicating liquor or drugs, a Class 4 felony. There was 2 counts of that. In that second direct complaint matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. In the event that you are able to post those bonds and secure your release, you are reminded that you do need to attend your hearing dates and not drive without a valid license.
Okay, and so for if I have already completed one of those, just deal with it and go through with it later on with everything else then?
So again,
the very first one, the 19th, that one I have fully handled. I've paid all the fines. I've done the jail time. I was actually today at 10 o'clock. I have drug and alcohol classes for doing that and handling that matter.
okay.
So
again, my information is these both of these have been confirmed, and I've given you the hearing dates. Certainly talk to the judge when you see the judge. I believe your first hearing date on these cases is the 23rd.
Okay.
If you do have a court appearance that you're supposed to be at this morning, please let detention officers know that.
I have.
So they can arrange for you to attend virtually or otherwise, okay?
I haven't heard anything about it, though. I'll let you know that right now.
Okay.
So
go ahead, step to the left.
Whatever's left you.
Jorge Martinez, please. And then Robert Quentin. Morning, sir. Go ahead, state your name for the record.
Jorge Martinez,
And Mr. Martinez, what's your date of birth?
6/16/1987.
Thank you. And Mr. Martinez, you are here on 3 matters. Let's go ahead and talk about your Maricopa County Superior Court matter first. The Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest for failure to appear in your Maricopa County matter, CR 2024-154845. In that matter, I am not appointing you an attorney because one should already have been appointed for you if you are eligible to have a court-appointed counsel. I am setting hearings, the first on May 23rd at 8:30 and the next one on May 28th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your failure to appear, Maricopa County failure to appear matter in the amount of $500. Now, you are also here because the El Mirage Municipal Court issued 2 warrants for your arrest. In both of those El Mirage matters, for purposes of appointing you an attorney, I am finding that you are indigent, and an attorney should be appointed for you at your next hearing, which will be on May 27th at 8 a.m. In each of those El Mirage matters, I am setting a $50 secured appearance bond as a placeholder to give you credit for time in custody. So with that concludes your 3 matters. Go ahead and stop the left. Robert Quentin, please. Morning, sir. Go ahead and state your name for the record.
Robert Quinton,
Mr. Quentin, what's your date of birth?
10/20/2006.
And Mr. Quentin, you were arrested yesterday on charges of carrying a deadly weapon, person under 21 years of age, a Class 3 misdemeanor, and discharge of a firearm within city limits, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for both of those.
Yes,
I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting 2 hearings in your case, the first on May 23rd at 8:30 and the second one on May 28th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court.
Yes, ma'am.
I do find your conduct dangerous.
Yes.
I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $750. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, I'm ordering that you not possess weapons. Go ahead, step to the left. Angelica Morales, please, and then Ashley Merlina. Morning, ma'am. Go ahead, state your name for the record.
Angelica Morales.
And Ms. Morales, what is your date of birth?
10/12/2005.
Thank you. And Ms. Morales, you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I found probable cause for both of those. You were also arrested on charges of possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony. I did not find probable cause for that. It doesn't mean that those charges are necessarily dismissed, and charges may still, a complaint may still be brought for those charges. Just based on the very limited information, I'm not finding probable cause for purposes of today's initial appearance hearing. I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting 2 hearings, the first on May 23rd at 8:30 and the next one on May 28th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your new case in the amount of $500. Now, you are also here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest for violating or on allegations that you violated your probation in CR 2024-001319. In that probation violation matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting a hearing on May 27th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in the probation violation matter in the amount of $250. In the event you are able to post your bonds and secure your release, I'm reminding you, you will need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Okay, go ahead, step to the left. Ashley Merlina, please. And then Caleb Martin. Morning, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Ashley Merlina.
Miss Merlina, what is your date of birth?
10/26/90.
Thank you. And you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. Did find probable cause for both of those, and I am appointing you an attorney. I'm setting 2 hearings in your new case, the first on May 23rd at 8:30 and the next one on May 28th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In your new case, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $350. Now, you are also here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest on allegations of a probation violation in your case, CR 2023-157944. In that case, I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting a hearing on May 27th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in the the CR 2023 probation violation matter in the amount of $100. Now, you are also on probation. And I'm sorry, I didn't realize they were both 2023. The $100 secured appearance bond is in the 2023 case ending 7944. Let's talk about your second probation case, which is CR 2023-153378. In that case, the allegations, your new charges, would constitute a violation of term 1 of your probation in that case. In that probation violation matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting a hearing on May 27th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in this second probation violation matter in the amount of $350. In the event you are able to post your bonds and secure your release, you will need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Go ahead, step to left.
Is that the total would be 800?
800.
Okay, thank you.
Caleb Martin, please, and then Peyton Lindley. Morning, sir. Go ahead, state your name for the record.
Caleb Martin,
And Mr. Martin, what is your date of birth?
01/04/2006.
Thank you. And you were arrested yesterday on charges of criminal damage, a Class 6 felony, and disorderly conduct, fighting a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for both of those. I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting 2 hearings in your case, the first on May 23rd at 8:30, and the second one on May 28th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your matter in the amount of $750. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would be subject to certain pretrial release conditions, including ankle monitoring. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with any alleged victim. If you and any alleged victim reside at the same place, you have to find someplace else to live, okay? If you need to, you can arrange for 1 civil standby with a law enforcement officer to collect any essential belongings. All right, go ahead, step left.
Thank you.
Peyton Lindley, please. Ms. Lindley, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Payne Lindley,
Thank you. And Ms. Lindley, what is your date of birth?
92406.
Thank you. And you are here today because Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest on allegations that you violated your probation in case number CR 2024-12534. In that probation violation matter, I am setting a hearing on May 27th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I need to fix this, Julie, I'm sorry. Hold on. I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500 in your case in the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release. I am reminding you that you do need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Okay?
I thought it was $250.
It was. That was the original amount that was set by the judicial officer in November of 2024. So in view of the age of that warrant, as well as your the allegations in the Form 4 that you failed to comply with law enforcement instructions, and then gave false information to the police in an effort to avoid attempt to avoid arrest on the warrant, I did set that bond at $500. All right, go ahead, step left. Daniel Smith and then Cameron Taylor. Good morning, Mr. Smith.
Good morning, ma'am.
Mr. Smith, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Daniel V. Smith.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, what's your date of birth?
6975.
Thank you. And you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for those. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting a hearing on June 3rd at 8:30 and June 5th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to release you today subject to pretrial supervision. Okay, so you will have to register with pretrial services, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, step left. Cameron Taylor, please, and then Gary Callahan. Morning, sir. Are you in custody on a different matter?
I am.
Okay.
This is just a page 2 from something, I don't know.
Okay. It is a page 2 out of the town of Paradise Valley. Give me just a second. I'm going to need to change this. Just a second, I'm sorry, sir. All right. All right, I think I got ahead of myself. Did I ask you to state your name for the record? State your name for the record.
Cameron Taylor,
And Ms. Taylor, which date of birth?
8483.
Thank you. And you are here this morning because the town of Paradise Valley issued a warrant for your arrest in their matter. I am, oh, wait, hold on. It did not do what I wanted it to do. Hold on just a second. I apologize, Julie. Okay, now it's right. For purposes of appointing you an attorney, I am finding that you are indigent and an attorney should be appointed for you at your next hearing, which will be on May 27th at 8 a.m. Because you're already in custody, I am setting a $50 placeholder bond to give you credit for time in custody.
Sure.
So that is there. If you're in custody on May 27th, then detention officers will arrange for you to appear probably remotely for that hearing, okay?
Okay.
All right, go ahead, step to the left.
Okay, thanks.
Gary Callahan and then Lucio Manginoni. All right, Mr. Callahan, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Gary Callahan,
And Mr. Callahan, what is your date of birth?
3/28, 1958.
Thank you. And you are here because the Buckeye Municipal Court issued a warrant for your arrest for failure to appear in their matter. Because of the nature of the charges, you're not entitled to have me appoint an attorney for you here today. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing in the Buckeye Municipal Court on June 3rd at 2 p.m. Will you go to that, sir?
When?
June 3rd at 2 p.m.
At 2 p.m.?
At 2 p.m., yes,
Yeah.
sir. Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and release you today on your own recognizance. You need, and the hearing date and time and place will be in your paperwork the detention officer will give you. You need to go to that or another arrest warrant's going to issue, okay? Mm-hmm. Or could issue, mm-hmm. Okay? All right, go ahead, step to left. Mm-hmm. Lucio Mangione and then Regina Logston. Hi.
Hi.
All right, Mr. Mangione, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Lucio Mangione,
And Mr. Mangione, what is your date of birth?
September 22nd, 2005.
Thank you. And you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of exceeding the posted speed, a misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for that. Because of the nature of the charges, you're not entitled to have me appoint an attorney here for you today. However, of course, you may retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing on June 3rd at 1:30 p.m. in the University Lakes Justice Court. Will you go to that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to release you today on your own recognizance. Make sure you obey the traffic laws and you attend your hearings, okay? If you do not attend that hearing, an arrest warrant may issue. All right? Go ahead,
You said June 3rd?
June 3rd, it'll be in your paperwork, so
Okay.
it's not a memory test, it is in your paperwork, June 3rd at 1:30 p.m.
Okay, I have a question. My car had gotten impounded today, or, well, when it happened.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know anything about when I'd be able to get my car?
No, you would have to talk to the impound people about that, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, step to the left. All right, Regina Logston, please, and then Ethan Amezquita. Good morning, go ahead and state your name for the record.
Regina Logston.
And Ms. Logston, what is your date of birth?
6/23/80.
Thank you, and you are here today because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest in a direct complaint matter which alleges that on or about May 26, 2024, you possessed or used dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and that on or about May 26, 2024, you possessed or used drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearing on June 3rd at 8:30 and June 5th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
I didn't. I got the mail at my mom's, and I got it late. I didn't know I had court. I was going to take care of it today. It was a $50 bond.
It is. So I'm gonna release you on your own cognizance today. Just go to your hearings, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Go ahead. Step to the left.
Thank you.
Ethan Amezquita and then Brian Barone. Hi. All right, Mr. Amezquita, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Ethan Amezquita.
Mr. Amezquita, what is your date of birth?
10/24/04.
Thank you. And you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of reckless driving, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and exceeding the posted speed, a Class 3 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for those. Because of the nature of the charges, you're not entitled to have me appoint an attorney for you today. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing on June 3rd at 1:30 in the University Lakes Justice Court. Will you go to that?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to release you today on your own recognizance. Go ahead, step to left. I'm reminding you, you need to obey traffic laws. All right, go ahead, step to left. Brian Barone and then Jose Ramirez, please. Good morning, sir. Go ahead, state your name for the record.
Brian Barone,
Mr. Barone, what's your date of birth?
8/1/70.
Thank you. And Ms. Barone, you were arrested yesterday on charges of assault, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and disorderly conduct, fighting, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for both of those. An attorney should be appointed for you at your next hearing, which will be on June 5th at 9 a.m. Will you go to that?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to release you today on your own recognizance. I am reminding you that, or I'm telling you that you may not return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with any alleged victim. You may not reside at the same place as any alleged victim, even if you are the owner or renter of the residence. If you presently reside with any alleged victim, you must find someplace else to live. You can arrange for one civil standby with law enforcement to collect any essential belongings. Go ahead, step to the left. Jose Ramirez, please. Hi. Go ahead, state your name for the record.
Jose Ramirez.
And Mr. Ramirez, what is your date of birth?
July 19, 1993.
Thank you. And you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of assault, Class 1 misdemeanor, and disorderly conduct, fighting, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for both of those. And an attorney should be appointed for you at your next hearing, which will be in Peoria Municipal Court on June 5th at 9 a.m. Will you go to that?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to release you today subject to certain release conditions, including you may not return to the scene of the alleged crime, have any contact with any alleged victim. If you and the alleged victim live together, you're going to have to find someplace else to live. You can arrange for one civil standby to collect any essential belongings.
The apartment, This is, she's not on the lease or, you know, so how that works?
As long as she's there, you can't be there.
Oh, and
Okay,
what about?
even if you are the owner or renter of the residence.
Okay, so can I go and pick up, you know, like my stuff or, you know,
Yes,
my car keys?
that's what the civil standby is for.
Okay.
So you can't go there without a civil standby, right?
Okay.
Because you can have no contact.
Okay.
And you can't go back to the scene of the alleged crime. If something changes, then you can talk to the judge on June 5th about maybe she doesn't live there anymore. I don't know.
Okay.
But if something changes between now and June 5th, you can talk to the judge on June 5th. Right now, I'm ordering that you can't go back to the scene of the alleged crime. If you need stuff, contact your local police department, and they will say, I need a civil standby. They know what that is.
Okay.
And a police officer will go with you to collect any essential belongings. Okay?
All right. Thank you.
Sarah Wells. Morning, ma'am. Go ahead, say your name for the record.
Sarah Wells,
Miss Wells, what is your date of birth?
11/10/91.
Thank you. And you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause for both of those, and I am appointing you an attorney. I'm setting 2 hearings in your case, the first on June 3rd at 8:30 and the next one on June 5th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to release you today on your own recognizance.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, step left. All right, and with that, I believe we have talked to everybody. All right, that concludes the 8 a.m. initial appearance calendar for May 19th of 2025, and we will stand adjourned until the 11 a.m. calendar.
Okay, and ma'am, do you live at a residence with William?
Yeah.
Okay, and where is that?
It's, I can't fully remember the address by heart. Out near the casino castle.
Is it on the Cubby place?
No, that's my mother's place.
Or is it on South K Drive?
Yeah, it's on K Drive.
Okay. All right, are you employed right now?
No.
Do you have any property right now at Antonio Luna's house?
Oh, yeah, I should have closed there.
You have closed. All right, ma'am. I am going to release you on your own promise to appear for your next court date. Conditions include no drugs, no alcohol, no contact with Antonio Luna. Don't go to his residence or his work. If you do have property there, you can go there one time with police escort and the court's order to pick up your personal property. But otherwise, no contact with Mr. Luna. You must establish an alternate address from him. So you can stay with William or another family member, but you must stay somewhere else other than Mr. Luna's residence.
Okay, I don't stay there anyways, but thank you.
Good. All right, your next court date, ma'am, is going to be May 29th at 10:30 a.m. at the Pima County Justice Court. If you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. You understand all that, ma'am?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Ms. Larson. You're excused for today.
Thank you.
Your Honor, this is Court Interpreter Pedro Davis.
Yes, good morning. They said they did not need an interpreter today, Mr. Davis.
Yes, I understand that there were no Spanish speakers, and then number 12 does not need an interpreter now, but our department coordinator was told that there was a second victim in a second matter. If that's the case, I'll stand by.
We do have another victim. I don't think they needed an interpreter.
Judge, I think we actually do need one for the next person.
Mr. Leon?
James Leon.
Okay.
Yeah, Leon said let's need one, so that should be the only one though.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Davis, if you could please hold on for the next.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you. All right, good morning, ma'am. Can I get your full name, please?
Michaela LeBron.
Thank you, Ms. LeBron. Is your middle name Christina?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. LeBron, this is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on a new charge of disorderly conduct, domestic violence out of Pima County Justice Court. This is a misdemeanor. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to an attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford one may be appointed for you. All right, if I release you today, ma'am, actually, if I release you today, is there somewhere you can stay that is not with your mother, Silva?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I will release you today on your own promise to appear for your next court date. Conditions include do not commit any further acts of domestic violence. Do you have any property at your mother's home?
I do have my phone there and some clothes.
Okay. So you can go back one time with police escort to pick up your personal belongings. You may have continued contact with her, but she doesn't want you at the house. So you have to establish alternate residence, but you can go back one time with police escort to pick up the belongings. All right, your next court date, Ms. LeBron, is going to be May 29th at 10:30 a.m. at the Pima County Justice Court. When you get released from jail today, you'll get a sheet of paper with the date, time, address, all that. If you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand all that, Ms. LeBron?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You're excused for today. Good morning, sir.
Hello, good morning.
Do you need an interpreter?
Julio Alejandro, no, I just for my better understanding, Spanish is better, yeah, but I could understand.
And Your Honor, do we also have a victim on the line?
No.
No. Espere, señor. Yo soy el intérprete, espere.
Sí, para mi conciencia, para entender más mejor, ¿no?
He says he was preferred interpreter to understand better, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Está bien, espere, señor.
Se habla en inglés, pero me entiendo más.
Está bien, señor. Espere. Gracias.
Gracias.
All right, sir. Good morning. Can I get your full name, please?
Buenos días, señor. ¿Me da su nombre completo, por favor?
Julio Alejandro León.
Julio Alejandro León.
All right, Mr. Leon, this is the time set for your initial appearance.
Hola, señor León. Esta es la audiencia pactada para su comparecencia inicial.
I'm seeing you
Okay.
today on a new charge of possession of drug paraphernalia.
Lo estoy viendo esta mañana bajo cargos nuevos de tenencia de parafernales de droga narcótica.
This is a misdemeanor out of Green Valley Justice Court.
Es un delito menor que resulta del juzgado de Green Valley.
You also have failure to appear at a Tucson City Court.
También tiene faltas de comparecencia por el juzgado municipal de Tucson.
I'm not able to find the exact charge right now, but they are alleged to be domestic violence.
No veo los cargos en este momento, pero parece ser que resultan de actos de violencia doméstica.
Sí,
But
pero
it might
yo ya
be failure to comply with the court order.
Y no
Yo
debe cumplir con un mandato jurídico después.
All right.
Yo cumplí con todas las clases, más que sí, no sé, hubo un día que estaba muy enfermo y no pude ir a la corte y de la verdad yo no he tenido tiempo para volver a seguir asistiendo o a ir a buscar las cortes porque no he tenido trabajo, o sea, estaba batallando.
You know, I attended all the classes but one when I took ill, and I'm sorry that I wasn't able to make that up or contact them to find out more information because, in fact, I've been unemployed.
Okay, well, looks like you failed to appear back last year in 2024 in the fall.
Y parece que fue falta de comparecencia en el otoño del año pasado, 2024. Espere, por favor.
Okay. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
Por lo pronto, usted tiene derecho a guardar silencio. Cualquier cosa que diga podrá y será usada en contra suya.
You have the right to hire your own attorney.
Tiene derecho a contratar a su propio abogado.
In certain instances, if you cannot afford one may be appointed for you.
Y bajo ciertas circunstancias, si no tiene manera de contratar a su propio abogado, se le puede asignar un abogado de oficio.
For your Green Valley Justice Court case, that one I will release you on your own promise to appear.
Para el caso que tiene pendiente en el juzgado de paz de Green Valley, lo voy a dejar salir bajo palabra, su promesa de presentarse cuando se le indique.
Conditions include no drugs, no alcohol.
Y las condiciones de libertad provisional incluyen nada de licor o sustancias ilícitas.
Your next court date will be May 29th at 8:30 a.m.
En esa causa, la próxima audiencia será el 29 de mayo a las 8:30 por la mañana.
On your Tucson City Court case, sir, I will impose a bond of $2,500.
Ahora, por el caso que tiene pendiente en el juzgado municipal, le voy a imponer fianza de $2,500.
Looks like on that one you actually posted and forfeited a bond previously. That's why it's higher now, $2,500.
Y la razón por cual es fianza más alta es que en el pasado usted ha prestado fianza para salir bajo garantía de presentarse y no lo hizo y se comisó aquella fianza.
I'm going to appoint the Tucson City Public Defender's Office to represent you.
También lo voy a asignar a abogado de oficio del juzgado municipal para que se encargue de su defensa.
Your next court date will be May 28th at 1:30 p.m.
Y en esa causa, la próxima comparecencia se programa para el día 28 de mayo a la 1:30 por la tarde.
Okay. As you can see, sir, when you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest.
Como ya bien se enteró, señor, si no se presentan las audiencias que se le pactan, puede emitirse orden por su detención.
All right, so you'll see a judge tomorrow or next week, sir.
Entonces, la semana que entra ya verá al juez que le corresponde. Gracias. And, Your Honor, if that was the remaining matter that required interpreter assistance, may the interpreter be excused?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Davis.
Thank you.
Morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Musgrove.
Thank you, Mr. Musgrove. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on a failure to appear at a Pima County Justice Court for driving on a suspended license, and also a Marana City Court failure to appear for, Marana City Court failure to appear for driving on a suspended license, and also a new charge of driving on a suspended license for Tucson City Court. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney in certain instances. If you cannot afford one may be appointed for you. So, sir, on the Tucson City Court case, I am dismissing the criminal charge of driving on a suspended license pursuant to the Tucson City's attorney's standing motion to dismiss all charges without prejudice regarding unadjudicated driving on suspended license charges. That means the Tucson City Court criminal charge goes away. I think you have some civil traffic on there, but that's separate. All right. For your Marana City Court case, sir, and your Pima County Justice Court cases, I will release you on your own promise to appear for your next court date. Conditions include, of course, do not drive without a valid driver's license. For Marana City Court, your next date will be June 18th at 10 a.m. And then for the Pima County Justice Court case, sir, it'll be June 9th at 10 a.m. When you get released from custody today, you'll get 2 sheets of paper explaining the dates and times, phone numbers. If you can't make those dates for whatever reason, you call the court and you let them know to change your court date, because otherwise, as you can see, warrants can issue for your arrest. So it's in your best interest to get these taken care of. All right, you understand all that, Mr. Musgrove?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. Your excuse for today.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, I'm not sure if we're having technical difficulties or what, but I believe we've lost our video feed to the courtroom there.
Oh. I don't think so. Mr. Miller, you're still not able to see us?
Yes, we don't see any video picture. We just see a C5 for courtroom 501.
It does. We did get a little error message saying the camera was not working. Okay. All right, we will have IC come down. I guess the question is, sir, can I get your full name, please?
It's Martin Armando Valtierrez.
All right, Mr. Valtierrez, you're not able to see me right now. We're having some technical difficulties. Can you still hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to wait to see when we can fix our technical issues with our camera? Or are you okay with me just proceeding right now?
I'm okay.
You understand that's a judge talking to you? What's it? You understand that's a judge that's talking to you there?
Yes.
Okay, I think we're fine then.
All right, thank you, Mr. Valtierrez. All right, so this is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on some new city court charges for domestic violence, disorderly conduct, and domestic violence assaults, which are misdemeanors. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford one may be appointed for you. So today, sir, I'm going to release you on your own promise to appear for your next court date. Conditions include do not commit any further acts of domestic violence and make all future court dates. You may have continued contact with Andrew Salas. He's okay with you returning home to your shared residence as well. All right, your next court date, sir, is going to be June 17th at 1:30 p.m. at the Tucson City Court. When you get released from jail this morning, you'll get a sheet of paper with the date and address and all that. If you fail to appear for court, whether it's that June 17th date or a future date, sir, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Trial can go without you. If you're convicted at a trial in your absence, but you're not able to be sentenced within 90 days due to warrant status, you may lose your right to a direct appeal. So it's in your best interest to show up to court and get this taken care of. you understand all that, Mr. Baltierrez?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. You're excused for today.
Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am. Can I get your full name, please?
Stephanie Nicole Castillo.
All right, thank you, Ms. Castillo. And as you can see, our camera is not working right now. I'm the judge that's seeing you for your initial appearance. Are you okay with proceeding today, even though you can't see me right now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Castillo, like I said, it's the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on some new city court charges out of Tucson City Court for domestic violence, endangerment, criminal damage, disorderly conduct, assaults, interference with usage of a telephone in an emergency. These are all alleged to be domestic violence. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford one, one may be appointed for you. All right, ma'am, if I release you today, is there somewhere you can go that is not with Andrea?
Yes.
And where would you go?
My mom's.
Okay, and is she local in Tucson?
Yes.
Is
She's
that-
on River and Campbell. I already gave pre-trial her address.
That's Mabel, your mother?
Yes.
All right, and sorry, it's ordered dismissing the driving on a suspended license charge pursuant to the Tucson City Attorney's standing motion to dismiss all charges related to driving on a suspended license. All right, ma'am, I'm going to release you today on your own promise to appear for your next court date. Conditions include do not commit any further acts of domestic violence, no contact with Andrea Arciniega, don't try to go find him or anything like that at his work or his residence. Do you have any property at his residence right now?
No.
No? Okay.
Well, we do have a daughter together, so how does that work? Because does he go through my mom, or how does that work?
Where does your daughter live?
With me. But he said that after work today, he was actually going to go pick her up. But I probably won't be there because he's off like at noon.
Okay.
So can it go through my mom or my sister, possibly?
Okay, I'll include here no contact with Mr. Andrea Arciniega other than regarding the child. So
Okay.
if it's about
Thank
the
you so
child,
much.
I will allow contact. Or if it's more
Thank you.
convenient, you can go through your sister or your mother if that's more convenient. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Your next court date, ma'am, is going to be June 17th at 1:30 p.m. at the Tucson City Court. If you fail to appear for court, whether it's at June 17th date or a future date, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Trial can go without you. If you're convicted at a trial in your absence but not able to be sentenced within 90 days due to warrant status, you may lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand the consequences of failing to show to court, ma'am?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And I'm going to enter not guilty pleas on your behalf. You're excused for today, Ms. Castillo.
Thank you.
All right, good morning, ma'am. Can I get your full name, please?
Josephine Rivera Contreras.
Thank you, Ms. Contreras. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on 2 misdemeanor charges for possession of drug paraphernalia and obstruction for providing a truthful name. And ma'am, I am a judge here with Pima County Superior Court. You can't see me on the video right now. We're having some technical difficulties. Are you okay with us proceeding without the video working? Yes? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Contreras, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford one may be appointed for you. And looks like you are currently in custody also on an adult probation hold from Superior Court. So you'll be seeing a different judge in Superior Court regarding that adult probation hold. I'm just seeing you on the city court charges today. So on your city court charges, ma'am, I will release you on your own promise to appear, but you're going to be seen separately at Superior Court regarding your adult probation stuff. Conditions of release on the city court case include no drugs, no alcohol. I will appoint the Tucson City Public Defender's Office to represent you because you're going to remain in custody until that adult probation stuff gets resolved. Next court date will be July 18th. At 9 a.m.
July 18th for Superior Court for
No, for this.
what day?
For this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So they set it out because they want to have your other case resolved first. And so if you're already out of custody by then you can show up on your own. That's why they set it out so far out.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right. If you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Trial can go without you. If you're convicted at a trial in your absence but not able to be sentenced within 90 days due to warrant status, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand the consequences of failing to show to court, Ms. Contreras?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. I'll enter not guilty pleas on your behalf. You're excused for today, Ms. Contreras.
Okay, thank you. That's safe. Thank you.
Go down to then.
Good morning. Can I get your full name, please?
Yvonne Desmond.
Thank you, Ms. Desmond. I am a judge with the Superior Court. I'm seeing you on your initial appearance today, but our camera is not working at this time. Are you okay with us going forward with just the audio?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Desmond. Ma'am, this is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on a new misdemeanor charge out of Tucson City Court for criminal damage, domestic violence. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford one may be appointed for you. So in this case, I will release you on your own promise to appear for your next court date. Conditions include do not commit any acts of domestic violence, no contact with Renee Desmond, your sister at this time. You don't have any property at her residence?
No.
Okay. Don't go to her house. Don't try to go find her while this case is ongoing. Your next court date, ma'am, will be June 20th at 9:30 a.m. at the Tucson City Court. If you fail to appear for court, whether it's that June 20th date or a future date, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Trial can go without you. If you're convicted at a trial in your absence but not able to be sentenced within 90 days due to warrant status, you may lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand the consequences of failure to show to court, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. I'll enter not guilty pleas on your behalf, Ms. Desmond. You're excused for today.
Thank you.
Good morning. Can I get your full name, please?
Peace check.
Thank you, Mr. Piszczek. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on a new misdemeanor charge out of Tucson City Court for failure to comply with a court order, domestic violence. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford one may be appointed for you. And my apologies, Mr. Piszczek. Our technology is having difficulties today. We don't have our camera working. Are you okay with us proceeding today, even though you can't see me?
Fine.
Okay, thank you. All right. It's also order consolidating this case with CM 25018-561 and vacating the June 17th hearing at this time. So it looks like because you are pending additional charges, similar charges out of Tucson City Court, and you got arrested on a new charge, I will hold you on a $100 bond on this new case. It's going to be cash or secured. If you do post it or if you're released, sir, do not commit any further acts of domestic violence, no contact with Yvonne Desmond. All terms of the active order of protection, sir. Yes?
Do something. I was not in contact with Yvonne Desmond after I left this jail. I was at her sister's house in her front house. I did not even see her. I didn't have any contact with her. So my being here is pretty much fraudulent for you guys, for me to have me be here. I am not, I have no contact other than Yvonne and her sisters in the city of Tucson. And I was diligently, repeatedly trying to advise my mother to fund me a bus ticket back to Colorado. I was doing this with hope that she would come through, but she did not. And I don't know what you guys want me to do, where you want me to go in the city of Tucson if I don't know anyone else in the city. Okay, I'm doing my damnedest to try to get back to Colorado. I don't want to be with Yvonne anymore. I've had my fill of her, so I wanted to let you guys know I'm doing my best to try getting out of state. I don't want to be here anymore. I do not want to be with Yvonne Desmond anymore.
Okay, I understand that, sir. So I don't have a copy of the order of protection right now, so it's possible that there are other protected locations other than her own residence. So it's possible her sister's residence was also a protected location. Regardless, I will appoint you an attorney, the Tucson City Public Defender. They'll get the evidence on the case to see if these charges are legitimate or not, if there's evidence to support it.
I haven't take up matters related to substance.
I'm just gonna set some release conditions. You'll get an attorney and you'll go from there.
Okay, well, does that mean that I have to be here in the state of Tucson or the state of Arizona to come back? I mean, I want to go back to Colorado. I don't want to stay in the state anymore. I don't want to be here in the state anymore. I want to be in a different state or more than 1,000 miles away from Yvonne. I do not want to be with this woman at all anymore. I'm trying to get back to Colorado so I can leave this whole chaos behind me. Okay, I should not have been here in the first place. And I would not be here in Tucson if she had not cried and texted and called and said that she needed me here. She wanted me here. She needed.
Okay, well, you're going to.
Shut so you can go back out.
All right, so you're going to see a judge next week on May 28th at 1:30 p.m. It'll be Judge Millian. You'll have an attorney, the Tucson City Public Defender's Office. So you can discuss with them your release conditions again and whether you should be able to leave the state or not, or whether you should be released. But at this time, I'm holding you on a $100 bond. All right, if you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Trial can go with your absence. If you're convicted at a trial in your absence but not able to be sentenced within 90 days due to warrant status, you may lose your right to a direct appeal. So even if you are released and you move back to Colorado, you still have to show up to court to get this taken care of. You understand all that, Mr. Pistet?
So I'm going to be released today. Does that mean I can go back to Colorado and come back for
You're not being
court?
released today. If you post the bond, you can be released today, but you're not being released outright. You have a $100 bond.
Okay, so can I call my parents and have them? I have no money to my name. Can I call my parents and have them pay the money so that I can be released today?
Sure, you can have them pay the bond for you, but you have to make sure you show up to your next court date or a warrant can issue. Next court date's next week.
Okay. Next week of this, what day is it today?
Today's the 19th.
So I gotta be here in a week, and in the meantime, in between time, I have to go back to Colorado because I don't know anyone else in Tucson. I don't. This is not my. I went to high school in Mesa, and I met Yvonne in Mesa.
I understand all that, sir, but I'm holding you today on a $100 bond. Make sure you make it to court next week, whether you post it or if you're going to be seen by video. If you're in custody, you'll have an attorney that can help you out with this case. All right, I'm going to enter not guilty pleas on your behalf, sir. You're excused for today.
Let's go back down.
Oh, good.
And counsel, we have 2 more misdemeanor cases, and afterwards we're going to start restarting everything. It will take about 10 minutes or so we can turn the video back on.
Okay.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am. Can I get your full name, please?
My name is Jennifer Daniela Valdez.
Thank you, Ms. Valdez. The judge seeing you for your initial appearance. Our camera is not working at this time. Are you okay with me just proceeding by audio?
Yeah, that's okay.
This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on some new misdemeanor charges out of Pima County Justice Court for criminal damage, assault, domestic violence, and disorderly conduct. These are misdemeanors. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford one may be appointed for you. All right, ma'am. So today I am going to release your phone promise to appear for your next court date.
I'm sorry? Yes, I live in Phoenix.
What about Mr. Matthew Amaral? Does he also live in Phoenix?
No, ma'am.
Yeah, this one? Yeah.
I'm releasing you on your own promise to appear for your next court date. Conditions include do not commit any further acts of domestic violence. You may have continued contact with Mr. Matthew Amaral at this time. Your next court date is going to be May 29th at 10:30 a.m. at the Pima County Justice Court in Tucson downtown. So you'll have to come back next week to get that taken care of. If that date doesn't work for you, there's going to be a phone number on the sheet of paper you get when you get released from jail today. You call them and you let them know that you're out of county and you want a different date if that date doesn't work for you. All right. If you fail to appear for court, ma'am, a warrant can issue for your arrest. You understand all that, Ms. Valdez?
I understand.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You're excused for today.
Thank you.
This is cool.
Morning, ma'am. Can I get your full name, please?
Ana Sonaro?
Middle name, Elise?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Sonaro. I'm the judge seeing you for your initial appearance today, but the video is not working. Are you okay with us going forward just with the audio?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you, Ms. Sonora. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on some failures to appear out of Tucson City Court for drug paraphernalia, theft, shoplifting, additional counts from trespass, another count, and disorderly conduct. And also you have some failure to appear out of Pima County, or excuse me, out of South Tucson City Court for 3 counts of theft, shoplifting, as well as disorderly conduct. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford one may be appointed for you. For your city court cases, ma'am, I'm going to appoint the Tucson City Public Defender's Office. For your South Tucson case, I will appoint Michael Vaughn. Okay. Because of the failures to appear, I'm going to honor the prior judge's bond amounts. So for Tucson City, I'll hold you on a $500 bond, ma'am, cash or secured. If you do post that or fear release, conditions include no drugs, no alcohol, no contact with any of the alleged victims or businesses. Next court date will be May 29th. That's next week at 1:45 p.m. in front of Judge Blue. And then for your South Tucson City Court cases, it's going to be a $250 bond, cash or secured. If you post it, again, no drugs, no alcohol, no contact with the alleged victims of the shopliftings. Next court date will be May 20th. That's tomorrow at 10 a.m. So you'll be seen by a judge tomorrow for your South Tucson City Court case. You'll have your attorney, Mr. Vaughn, there. As you can see, ma'am, when you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand all that, Ms. Sonora?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was trying to get my divergent done, and I went back to the streets and I kind of fell off with the dope and stuff. I don't know.
All right. Well, good luck to you, ma'am. Okay, you'll see a judge tomorrow. You have your attorney tomorrow as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, counsel, we're going to restart the camera. So we can turn it back on.
I think they're getting the next person now, Your Honor.
Tucson City Court charges for domestic violence, criminal damage, disorderly conduct, counts, and criminal damage. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford one, one may be appointed for you. And you have counsel seated next to you for purposes of today. And counsel, Mr. Ha is one that the pretrial services was not able to prepare a report. Both parties are okay with us proceeding today?
I'm comfortable with that, Your Honor, yes.
Mr. Poston?
Fine.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I have reviewed the interim complaint. There is no pretrial services report at this time. State's written recommendation is a $1,500 bond. Mr. Poston, does the state want to be heard further?
State submits.
So no bond.
Thank you.
No bond.
Yes, Your Honor, I'd ask for a significantly lower bond or
No bond. No
release
bond.
of pretrial services.
Yeah, a homeless shelter or something if you're gonna fucking let me out, bitch.
So if you want to be released, that shouldn't be the way you address the court here. All right. Do you have somewhere you can go, sir, if I release you today? Mr. Ha, do you have somewhere you can go?
State would suggest coming back tonight if he's going to be cooperative.
All right, we will reset this one till this evening. Thank you.
Counselor, your camera got knocked around. Muchly better.
Good morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please? Oh, you guys are muted over there.
All right, this is Mr. Say it was Beta.
All right, can I get your full name, sir?
Jose Alberto Abeda.
Thank you. Mr. Abeta, this is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on a new felony charge for burglary in the 3rd degree. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford one may be appointed for you. I'll appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you in this case, and you have counsel seated next to you for purpose of today. And counsel, this is one where we do not have a pretrial services report. I have read the interim complaint. The state's written recommendation is a $7,500 bond. Mr. Poston, did you want to be heard further?
No, Your Honor. State submits.
All right, thank you. Mr. Miller?
Yes, Your Honor, and I'm just trying to familiarize myself with the interim complaint, which I'm sure I had seen earlier, but now has escaped me. I would ask just for a lower bond. Oh, I see it here. Yes, Your Honor, this is a low-level burglary. I'm not seeing the presence of any weapon, the use, attempted or threatened use of any violence. I think a $7,500 bond is excessive. I'd ask for either release to pretrial services or a significantly lower bond, maybe in the area of $1,000.
All right, thank you. I will impose a bond of $1,000, cash or secured, released to pretrial if posted. So if you do post the bond of your release, conditions of your release include no drugs, no alcohol, no firearms, monitoring treatment as directed by pretrial, no contact with the alleged victim in this case, the Desert Metals Recycling, do not return to the incident location. Your next court date is a preliminary hearing on May 29th at 1:30 p.m. That hearing date may or may not go forward, so please keep in contact with your attorney. If you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. You understand all that, Mr. Beta?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You're excused for today. Good morning. Can I get your full name, please?
Jennifer Bob.
Thank you, Ms. Baugh. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on a new felony charge for possession of narcotic drug. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to an attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, and you have counsel seated next to you for purpose of today. I'll be setting some release conditions for you, ma'am. I've reviewed the interim complaint, the pretrial services report. The state's written recommendation is released to pretrial and screen for steps. Mr. Poston, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Miller?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. So, Ms. Baugh, the state is saying you may be eligible to participate in a drug treatment diversion program. Would you be interested?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to set a steps hearing for you, ma'am. It's next Monday, May 27. Excuse me, next Tuesday. Monday is a holiday. Next Tuesday, May 27 at 9 a.m. at the Superior Courthouse on the 3rd floor. You show up and you'll find out if you qualify. They do a screening beforehand. If you don't show up, they're not going to consider you, so that's very important that you show up to that hearing. If you do qualify, you participate, and you successfully complete it, then they drop the felony charges. Can you waive time for the preliminary hearing date?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. So, ma'am, I am going to release you to pretrial services today. Conditions include no drugs, no alcohol, no firearms, monitoring treatment as directed. Make sure you make all your future court dates. First one being next Tuesday at 9 a.m. at Superior Courthouse on the 3rd floor. The next court date after that will be the preliminary hearing on July 3rd at 1:30 p.m. If you fail to appear for court, ma'am, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand all that, Ms. Baugh?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You're excused for today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What's the thing?
Good morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Matthew Lane Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on some new felony charges for possession of dangerous drug and possession of drug paraphernalia. You also have a failure to appear out of Tucson City Court for criminal trespass. Sorry, no, a felony charge for narcotic drug or dangerous drugs and drug paraphernalia, and then you have a failure to appear out of Tucson City Court for criminal trespass. All right, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford one may be appointed for you. On the felony case, I'll appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office, and you have counsel seated next to you for purpose of today. I reviewed the interim complaint, the pretrial services report. The state's written recommendation on the felony case is released to pretrial with a step screening. Mr. Poston, anything further from the state?
No, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Miller?
We're in line with the state's recommendation.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Clark, on the felony drug charges, the state is saying you may be eligible for a diversion program that's pre-indictment. Would you be interested in participating?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, sir, I'm going to release you today on your, I'm going to release you to pretrial services on your felony case and set you a STEPS hearing. STEPS is the name of the diversion program. So the state does a screening for you to see if you qualify. You'll show up next Tuesday, May 27th at 9 a.m. at the Pima County Superior Courthouse on the third floor, Pima County Superior Courthouse on the third floor. You'll find out then if you qualify for this diversion program. If you do qualify, you complete it successfully, the felony charges get dropped. If you don't show up, they won't consider you for the program, so it's very important that you show up next week.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Wait time for the preliminary hearing date, Mr. Miller?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. The next date after that will be the preliminary hearing, July 3rd, 1:30 p.m. All right. And then the Tucson City Court case, sir, that one I will release you on your own promise to appear for your next court date. Conditions include do not return to the incident location, which is the Courtyard by Marriott on Executive Drive. For that one, the next court date is June 17th at 9:30 a.m. When you get released from custody today, sir, you'll get sheets of papers with the dates and times and addresses and all that. If you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand all that, Mr. Clark?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. You're excused for today.
Thank you.
All right. Good morning, ma'am. Can I get your full name, please?
Thank
Thank you, Ms. Cruthis. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on some new felony charges for possession of narcotic drugs for sale, 3 counts, possession of a weapon by a prohibited possessor, possession of a weapon during a felony drug offense, and possession of drug paraphernalia. And it looks like you also have an adult probation hold at this time. I'm not seeing you on that today. You'll be seen by a different judge in Superior Court for that. All right, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, and you have counsel seated next to you for purposes of today. I'll be setting some release conditions for you today, Ms. Cruthis. I've reviewed the interim complaint, the pretrial service report. The state's written recommendation is a $25,000 bond. Mr. Poston, do you want to be heard further?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Miller?
Yes, Your Honor. Although this case does involve the alleged possession of a firearm, it does not involve the use, threatened use, or attempted use of that firearm, which may have discovered underneath a purse allegedly during this officer's search of the vehicle. For that reason, I would say that the state's recommended $25,000 bond is too high. I would ask for something significantly lower, maybe in the area of $10,000.
All right, thank you. I'll impose a bond of $10,000, cash or secured, released to pretrial if posted. If you do post the bond, ma'am, include no drugs, no alcohol, no firearms, monitoring treatment as directed by pretrial, and you're to contact the assigned probation officer upon first business day after release from custody if you do post that bond. Like I said, you'll see a separate judge on your probation matter in Superior Court. Next court date will be May 29th at 1:30 p.m. for a preliminary hearing. That date may or may not go forward, so please keep in contact with your attorney. If you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. You understand all that, Ms. Cruthis?
Yes, ma'am. You know the date of the probation hearing?
If you just got picked up yesterday, then it should be within this week. They do it pretty quickly.
I think that's all for now.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am. Can I get your full name, please?
Tanya Jacqueline Garcia Rodriguez.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia Rodriguez. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on a new felony charge for criminal damage, domestic violence. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford one may be appointed for you. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, and you have counsel seated next to you for purpose of today. We'll be setting some release conditions for you today, Ms. Garcia Rodriguez. I've reviewed the interim complaint, the pretrial services report. The state's written recommendation is a $3,000 bond. I do believe we have a victim present on the line, Mr. Amjad Razak. Did you want to be heard, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, what did you want to tell me?
I just was no, I just don't want to continue and press charges against the defendant Tanya Garcia. I was willing to drop all the charges against her from my behalf.
All right, was there anything else you wanted me to know, sir? Did you want continued contact? Did you want her released? Did you want her to come back to stay in your shared residence?
Yes, of course. She's welcome to come back, and she's welcome to make a communicate with me. And the reason why she's on living with me because I rent the apartment for her, so she has no other way to go but that apartment. So I don't mind if she contact me or she come back to the residence.
Do you have any children together, sir?
We are not, but I'm kind of like the stepdad of her kid.
Okay, she has kids?
Yes, she does.
All right, anything else you wanted me to know, sir?
Not really, but I hope that she get released because today I saw her daughter crying, asking for the mom, and it really broke my heart. And I really don't know what to tell them kids. I told them that the mom will be back soon, but I didn't tell them that she's been arrested. And I was willing to bond her out, but if you can, please just lower out the bond so it's affordable for me because, I can now afford $3,000, but if you can lower, I can bond her out today so she can go back to her family and kids.
All right, thank you. All
I
right,
appreciate your honor.
thank you. Mr. Poston, was there anything else the state wanted to add?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Yes, Your Honor. In light of the views of the victim, I'd be asking for pretrial services release. This does appear the allegations are criminal damage against property, not physically targeting the victim himself in any way. It also does appear that she has a home. It appears from my review of the interim complaint that she's living in one of these units that's apparently being rented by the victim. So for those reasons, Your Honor, we would just ask for pretrial services release.
Thank you. Ms. Garcia Rodriguez, I am going to release you to pretrial services today. You're getting out of jail this morning. Conditions include no drugs, no alcohol, do not commit any further acts of domestic violence. That one is very important because it looks like you are pending a city court case right now with a different victim. So be careful, okay? All right, no further acts of domestic violence, no weapons. Monitoring treatment is directed by pretrial. You may return to the shared residence with Amjad Razak, the alleged victim in this case, but no unconsensual contact. So if Mr. Razak said, no, you have to get out. I don't want you to stay here anymore. I don't want to talk to you anymore. You respect his wishes, okay? All right, your next court date, ma'am, will be a preliminary hearing on June 9th at 1:30 p.m. That hearing date may or may not go forward, so please keep in contact with your attorney. If you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. And now you have two court dates. You have your city court case that you have to be wary of, and then you have this one as well for the felony case. Okay. Looks like it's actually tomorrow might be your next hearing for Tucson City Court, so you want to check in with that. Yeah. Okay. You're excused for today. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome, sir.
Bye-bye.
Good morning. Can I get your full name, please?
Elena Sofia Hidalgo.
Thank you, Ms. Hidalgo. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on some felony charges for possession of dangerous drugs and possession of drug paraphernalia. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, and you have counsel seated next to you for purposes of today. I'll be setting some release conditions for you today, ma'am. I've reviewed the pretrial services report, the interim complaint. The state's written recommendation is released to pretrial and screen for steps. Mr. Poston, do you want to be heard further?
No, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Miller?
No, Your Honor.
And waive time for the preliminary hearing date?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Hidalgo, the state is saying you may be eligible for a diversion program for substance abuse counseling. Would you be interested?
Yes.
So I'm going to release you to pretrial services, ma'am. You'll be released from jail today. Conditions include no drugs, no alcohol, no firearms. Monitoring treatment is directed by pretrial. Your next court day will be next Tuesday, May 27th at 9 a.m. at the Superior Courthouse downtown on the 3rd floor. They do a screening to see if you qualify for this diversion program. So when you show up to court next Tuesday, you'll find out. If you don't show up, they're not going to consider you. So that's very important that you show up next Tuesday to find out if you qualify for the diversion program. If you qualify, you complete it successfully, they dismiss the felony charges. The next court date after that will be July 3rd, 1:30 for, if you fail to appear for court, ma'am, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Stand all that, Ms. Hidalgo. Thank you. You're excused for today. Morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Prince Howard III.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on a new felony charges for possession of narcotic drugs, possession of dangerous drugs, and possession of drug paraphernalia. Also looks like you have a hold out of Department of Corrections at this time. All right, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. I'll be setting some release conditions for you, sir. I've reviewed the interim complaint. There was no pretrial services report for this one. Both counsel okay with going forward today?
I would be, but for the court noting that there's a DOC hold. I think in light of that, it might be helpful to have something from pretrial services, so that we can best determine how to move forward. If it's, I mean, I see the state's recommending pretrial services. I would also be inclined to recommend pretrial services, but if there's an issue with Mr. Curtis needing some kind of bond for time credit pending his DOC hold, then maybe we want a nominal bond.
Okay, so are you requesting to reset to this evening, Mr. Miller?
I think if a pretrial services report would help clear up that issue that I'm pointing to, then I think so.
No problem. So, sir, we're going to reset your hearing to this evening. Pretrial services was not able to do a workup on your case today, so it looks like there may or may not be a DOC hold. So to clarify that issue, we're going to reset it to this evening. Okay, so you'll see a judge this evening, sir. Thank you, Mr. Howard.
Go sit down in that church. There's, later on the
Morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Warren David Lynch.
Mr. Lynch, this is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today actually on 3 separate cases. You have a post-indictment CR 2025-1627, which is for felony charges, possession of dangerous drugs and possession of drug paraphernalia. You also have new felony charges for possession of narcotic drugs and possession of drug paraphernalia. And then you also have a failure to appear out of Pima County Justice Court for shoplifting that I'm seeing you today. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you on your felony cases. All right, so I'll be setting some release conditions for you today, Mr. Lynch. This is one that we did not have a pretrial services report. Either party have an objection to proceeding this morning?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
What
So
was
the
it?
bond amount on the post-indictment matter is $500. For the new charge, I believe Mr. Poston recommended release to pretrial and screen for steps. Is that still correct, Mr. Poston?
Your Honor, I submitted 2 recommendations on the other matter. The warrant amount 500 and PTS on the other. So there were 2 technically.
Okay, and still eligible to screen for steps on the
I
second
don't
one?
see a problem.
Okay,
We'll go ahead and screen.
thank you. Mr. Miller?
Generally, I wouldn't be opposed to steps screening, but if there is an issue with this $500 bond amount on the warrant and Mr. Lynch isn't able to pay that, I do want to make sure he's getting time credit. So I don't know if it makes more sense to impose a nominal concurrent bond along with that warrant amount rather than release to pretrial services.
All right, I cannot impose concurrent bonds because they're in different stages. One is pre-indictment, one is post-indictment. But you can definitely impose a nominal bond, and the state does screen for steps even if someone is in custody. So, all right. Mr. Lynch, the state is saying for your new felony charges you just got arrested on, you may be eligible for a diversion program for drug treatment. Would you be interested?
Yes.
Okay. So for your post-indictment matter, which is CR 2025-1627, that one I will impose a bond of $500. That's the amount of the warrant, cash or secured, released to
I
pretrial.
have no way of paying a bond.
One moment. Okay. Yeah, in your prior case there, you were released to pretrial previously back in February and failed to appear for your arraignment. So I do think a bond is appropriate on the post-indictment matter. Give me $500, cash or secured.
Ma'am, I'm homeless right now. I don't have a way to pay a bond.
I
So
understand.
then, if I even set a bond,
Well, you're telling me then everyone who's homeless that they should just get released? There's a lot of factors that the court considers when imposing a bond. One of them
No,
is
it's
failure
not.
to appear for court. All right. So the bond is because you failed to appear for court. All right, so if you do post it or if you're released, sir, no drugs, no alcohol, no firearms, monitoring treatment is directed by pretrial. Your next court date is next Tuesday, May 27th at 1:30 p.m. for a criminal arraignment. For the pre-indictment matter, the state is saying you can be screened for steps. That one, the next court date is also May 27th, but it's at 9 a.m. If you do qualify, you'll be transported to court for that. If you don't qualify, then you'll find out that you won't qualify for that steps hearing. That one, I'll impose a bond of $50, cash or secured. Again, same thing, release to pretrial if it's posted. No drugs, no alcohol, no firearms, monitoring treatment. The preliminary hearing will be May 29th at 1:30 p.m. And then for the Pima County Justice Court case, the bond amount for that one was $100. So I will honor that judge's request. $100 cash or secured. Impose the condition of do not return to the incident location, which is the business of the shoplifting. You're going to have an attorney. Jill Gookin will be your attorney for the Justice Court case. Next court date was actually tomorrow, May 20th at 1 p.m. So you'll see a judge tomorrow on your Justice Court case. You'll have an attorney there, sir. If you're still in custody, you'll be seen by video, and the attorney will be there. As you can see, when you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand all that?
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch. You're excused for today.
No, no one. Oh, you're and he goes back to the wonderful sports back. Yeah. Yeah.
Good morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Yeah, my name's Brian Angelo Mann Jr.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on some new felony charges for possession of dangerous drugs, possession of drug paraphernalia. You also have some misdemeanors out of Tucson City Court, failure to appear for drug paraphernalia, for endangerment, assault, disorderly conduct, contributing to delinquency of a minor, and reckless driving. You also have a new misdemeanor out of City Court for drug paraphernalia. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to an attorney. I'm appointing the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you on your felony case and the Tucson City Public Defender's Office on your city court case. I'll be setting some release conditions for you, sir. I've reviewed the pretrial services report, the interim complaint. The state's written recommendation is pretrial services and screen first steps. Mr. Poston, anything else from the state?
No, Judge.
Thank you. And Mr. Miller, I am inclined to impose a bond on the city court matters. Would you like a nominal bond on the felony case?
Yes, Your Honor, if that's what the court is inclined to do for the city court matters.
All right. Mr. Mann, the state is saying you may be eligible to participate in a drug treatment diversion program. Would you be interested, sir?
Very much.
So I will set you a STEPS hearing. STEPS is the name of the diversion program.
Okay.
The STEPS hearing is next Tuesday, May 27th at 9 a.m. But I am going to be holding you on a bond of $100 on the felony case. It's going to be cash or secured, released to pretrial if posted. Conditions include no drugs, no alcohol, no firearms monitoring treatment. The preliminary hearing date is May 29th at 1:30 p.m. So if you post the bond, sir, it's up to you to make sure you show up next Tuesday to see if you qualify for that program. If you're still in custody, the jail, make sure you get transported.
Okay.
All right. And then for your city court cases, sir, because of the age of the failures to appear, they're from September of last year. I do believe a bond is appropriate. There was a $250 bond amount from the judge from city court, so I will honor that request. It'll be $250, cash or secured on your Tucson City Court case. Conditions include do not drive without a valid driver's license, no drugs, no alcohol, do not commit any acts of domestic violence, no contact with the alleged victims. Appointing the Tucson City Public Defender's Office. Next court date is May 27th. That's also next week at 1:45 p.m. If you fail to appear for court, as you can see, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Trial can go without you. If you're convicted at a trial in your absence but unable to be sentenced within 90 days due to warrant status, you may lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand the consequences of failing to show to court, Mr. Mann?
I do.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, just briefly, Mr. Mann informs me that he was in DOC custody last September when he did not appear for that city court case. I wonder if, with that in mind, the court would be willing to reconsider imposing a bond on these matters and instead releasing Mr. Mann to pretrial services and allowing him to handle that city court case on his own recognizance.
I will definitely be there, I promise.
The pretrial services report indicates Mr. Mann was paroled July 26th of last year, and the sentence ended August 31st of last year.
That's all.
Right. My understanding, Your Honor, is that that is an error.
Yeah. This. That's the channel.
Give me one moment to look something up. Yeah, the DOC's website shows prison release date July 26th of 24, which is consistent with the pretrial services report. The Tucson City Court file indicates as of June 25th, 24, which is a month prior, that he was still held in custody with expected release in August. So that seems to be all consistent. So the bonds will remain at this time. You'll see a judge and you can ask for modification of release at that to do with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What?
Good morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Aaron Matrenga, Senior.
Is your middle name Lee?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Mr. Matrenga. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on new felony charges for aggravated driving under the influence, as well as possession of narcotic drugs, which are felonies. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford one may be appointed for you. I'll be appointing the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, and you have counsel seated next to you for purposes of today. I'll be setting some release conditions for you today, Mr. Matrenga. I've reviewed the pretrial services report, the interim complaint. The state's written recommendation is a $10,000 bond. Mr. Poston, does the state want to be heard further?
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Miller?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd be asking for release to pretrial services, or in the alternative, a significantly lower bond, maybe in the area of $1,000. The full amount of drugs alleged to have been found here is cocaine weighing approximately half a gram without packaging. I do understand, based on the interim complaint, that there were issues with the field sobriety tests, as well as opened and unopened containers of alcohol in the vehicle. My contention would be that the presence of unopened containers are irrelevant, and it's not clear to me from the interim complaint exactly how many open containers were alleged to be in the vehicle. I do see that Mr. Matrenga promptly pulled over, responded to the officer's attempt to pull him over and initiate the investigation. I'm not convinced that that high of a bond is really necessary. So again, I would be asking for pretrial services release or a $1,000 bond.
Okay, and Mr. Matrenga is employed?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir, I am going to release you to pretrial services today. It's really important to keep your job. All right, conditions include no drugs, no alcohol, no firearms, monitoring treatment as directed by pretrial. Do not drive without a valid driver's license. And if you are required to have an interlock, make sure you have that installed. Your next court date, sir, will be a preliminary hearing on June 9th at 1:30 p.m. That date may or may not go forward, so please keep in contact with your attorney. If you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand all that, Mr. Matrenga?
Yes, ma'am. You said June 9th?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're excused for today. Good morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Yes, Benjamin Alejandro Molina.
Thank you, Mr. Molina. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on a new felony charge for possession of a weapon by prohibited possessor, which is a felony. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney and appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. And you have counsel seated next to you for purposes of today. I'll be setting some release conditions for you, sir. I've reviewed the pretrial services report, the interim complaint. The state's written recommendation is a $10,000 bond. Mr. Poston, does the state want to be heard further?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Miller?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd be asking for a significantly lower bond. What this appears to be, based on the interim complaint, is essentially a shoplifting while in possession of a weapon. There's no allegation that Mr. Molina attempted, threatened, or actually used this firearm against any employee or against the police who were apprehending him when investigating the shoplifting. And he's also trying to tell me something, if I could have one moment.
on the channel.
And Mr. Molina is a general contractor. That is his job. He's supposed to have some work that he needs to get done today. So for all of those reasons, Your Honor, this being essentially a shoplifting case, I would ask for a significantly lower bond, maybe in the area of $5,000.
Your Honor, the state would beg to disagree. This is not his first weapons charge, and considering those circumstances, the state reiterates its initial position.
All right, thank you. The charge is for the product possessor felony, not for the shoplifting. I also noted Mr. Molina has 2 priors for the product possessor convictions in the past as well. All right, I do think a bond of $5,000 is appropriate in this case. Cash or secured, released to pretrial if posted. Conditions include no drugs, no alcohol, absolutely no firearms. Monitoring or treatment is directed. Do not return to that Walmart incident location. Your next court date, Mr. Molina, will be a preliminary hearing on May 29th at 1:30 p.m. If you fail to appear for court, whether it's that date or future date, a warrant can issue for your arrest. And also please keep in contact with your attorney, sir, because that date may or may not go forward. You understand all that, Mr. Molina?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir. You're excused for today.
Thank you.
Morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Jose Esteban Montalvo Romero.
Thank you, Mr. Montalvo Romero. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on some new felony charges for possession of dangerous drugs and possession of drug paraphernalia. You also have a failure to appear at a Pima County Justice Court for shoplifting. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford one may be appointed for you. For your felony case, I'll appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office. I've reviewed the pretrial services report, the interim complaint. The state's written recommendation is released to pretrial with step screening. Mr. Poston, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Miller?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Miller, if you could please confirm housing for Mr. Montalvo Romero.
1151 South Craycroft Road is the address he's giving me, Your Honor. He's also telling me that he is employed.
I got my own access. I'll get to my own apartment too. Okay, 1151 North Craycroft Road. Sorry, yeah, South Craycroft.
North Craycroft, not South Craycroft. Sorry. The point is, yes, he does have a residence today.
Okay, and it's local. Thank you. All right. Yeah. Mr. Montalvo Romero, the state is saying you may be eligible to participate in a drug treatment diversion program. Would you be interested?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to set you a STEPS hearing. STEPS is the name of the diversion program. The hearing is next Tuesday, May 27 at 9 a.m. at the Pima County Superior Court downtown on the 3rd floor. You show up, you find out if you qualify. They do a screening before that. If you don't show up, they're not going to consider you. So it's very important you show up next Tuesday. I will release you to pretrial services. A wait time for the PH date, Mr. Miller?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so you're released to pretrial services. You have to check in with them as often as they tell you to. No drugs, no alcohol, no firearms, monitoring treatment as directed by pretrial. If you successfully complete the steps here, or steps treatment program, diversion program, they dismiss the felony charges. Next court date after steps will be July 3rd, 1:30 p.m. for the preliminary hearing. If you do fail to appear for court, sir, the warrant can issue for your arrest. And then for your justice court case, that one I will release you on your own promise to appear for your next court date. That one, the next court date is May 29 at 8:30 a.m. at the Pima County Justice Court. So you have 2 court dates you have to keep track of. You'll get 2 sheets of paper when you get released from jail today. For whatever reason, if you can't make those dates, you call them and you let them know to get your court date changed. Otherwise, a warrant can issue. The only condition for the shoplifting is don't go back to wherever that happened, that business.
Okay.
Okay. You understand all that, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Good luck to you. You're excused for today.
Thank you.
Morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Gabriel Nicholson?
Thank you, Mr. Nicholson. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on 2 new felony charges for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and robbery. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'm appointing the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you and counsel seated next to you for purpose of today. I'll be setting some release conditions for you today, Mr. Nicholson.
Question. How am I getting
Sorry, Your Honor, we can continue.
Okay. I'll be setting some release conditions for you today, Mr. Nicholson. I've reviewed the interim complaint, the pretrial services report, which indicates Mr. Nicholson is currently on felony probation, but there does not appear to be a hold at this time. I've also reviewed the state's written recommendation, which is a $30,000 bond request. Mr. Poston, do you want to be heard further?
State submits.
Thank you. Mr. Miller?
Yes, Your Honor, I'd be asking for a significantly lower bond, maybe in the area of $10,000. In a case where there's no physical injury alleged to have been caused, that $30,000 amount just appears to be excessive to me.
Yep.
Sorry, Mr. Poston, did you want to be heard?
Yeah, brief retort. He's 6 out of 6. He's a yes in the NVCA. He's got felony probation, it would appear. And nobody was hurt because the people probably did what they needed to do, and there was a violent, unhinged person with a weapon going after them. So the fact that there's nobody injured is not really a take in the win column for this defendant. $30,000.
Thank you. All right. I am going to impose a bond of $30,000 in this case. Cash or secured. Release to pretrial if posted. No drugs, no alcohol, no firearms. Monitoring treatment as directed. Absolutely no contact with the alleged victims. Do not return to the incident location, the Denny's on 555 North Freeway. And contact the assigned probation officer if you're released upon first business day. Next court date, sir, will be a preliminary hearing on May 29th at 1:30 p.m. That date may or may not go forward, so please keep in contact with your attorney. If you fail to appear for court, sir, a warrant can issue.
Hello.
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 Can I get your full name, ma'am?
Linda Nicole Taylor.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on a new felony charge for theft of means of transportation and possession of drug paraphernalia. You also have a failure to appear out of Pima County Justice Court for a shoplifting. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'm appointing the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you on your felony case. And you have counsel seated next to you for purpose of today. I reviewed the pretrial services report, the interim complaint. The state's written recommendation is a $5,000 bond. Mr. Poston, do you want to be heard further?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Miller?
Yes, Your Honor, I'd be asking for either release to pretrial services or, in the alternative, a bond lower than the amount of $5,000. Based on the interim complaint, it looks like this was a situation where she had borrowed a car from a friend and failed to return it. It's not as though Ms. Taylor is breaking into cars on the street or anything like that. It also does appear, based on some of the paraphernalia found in the vehicle, that this failure to return it may be related to an underlying drug issue. For those reasons, I'd be asking either for pretrial services release or a lower bond than the $5,000 recommendation from the state. I'm also being informed that Ms. Taylor has kids that she needs to be taken care of.
Your Honor, is she currently looking at her probation hold?
I did not see a probation hold. We have a justice court warrant.
Okay.
All right. I do think a bond is appropriate in this matter. I'm going to impose a bond of $5,000 released to pretrial if posted. If you do post that bond, ma'am, or for your release, conditions include do not drive without a valid driver's license, no drugs, no alcohol, no firearms, monitoring treatment as directed by pretrial, absolutely no contact with the alleged victim in the case, the owner of the vehicle. Do not try to contact them or anything like that. Next court date will be May 29th at 1:30 p.m. for a preliminary hearing. That date may or may not go forward, so please keep in contact with your attorney. If you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. And then on the justice court case, the shoplifting, the bond amount on that issued by the justice court judge was $200, so I will honor that amount. So that'll be $200, cash or secured. Conditions include do not go to the incident location, the business of the shoplifting. I'll appoint you an attorney and a dentist. Your next court date is actually tomorrow, May 20th at 1 p.m. If you're still in custody, you'll be seen by video and Ms. Dennis will be there. As you can see, ma'am, when you fail to appear for court, warrants can issue for your arrest. Do you understand all that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Your excuse for today, Ms. Taylor.
Can I get us a bond? I mean, a bonds? I can.
It's up with your race, ready.
Morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Hi, my name is Spencer Lloyd Tuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Tuttle. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on a new felony charge for attempted aggravated assault, which is a felony. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'm appointing the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. I'll be setting some release conditions for you, sir. I've reviewed the pretrial services report, the interim complaint. The state's written recommendation is a $25,000 bond. And I forgot to note that the allegation is alleged to be domestic violence. Mr. Poston, do you want to be heard further?
Yes, Your Honor. One moment while I pull up the interim on Mr. Tuttle. One moment, please. Your Honor, this involves strangulation, and it also this is a fairly nasty situation where a person the victim was strangled by the defendant. There is a qualifying relationship. Given the fact that the court, I'm sure, is aware of the statistics regarding the increased levels of lethality when we have intimate partner strangulation, the state believes this person is a risk. He is an NVCA, yes, and he is a 4 and a 5 out of 6. Therefore, the state believes he is a risk to the victim. $25,000.
That's insane.
Mr. Poston. Mr. Miller?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm asking for dismissal. I don't believe that probable cause exists based on the interim complaint. And I'm quoting here exactly from the end of the last paragraph. Monique said her breathing and blood flow was not restricted based on her responses to the strangulation questions. That is an element. There has to be an actual impeding of the blood flow or breathing in order for that strangulation, felony, aggravated assault to be present. And Mr. Tuttle's statements to officers about having a hand near her clavicle while pushing her away and that he did not intend to strangle her also does not contribute to a finding of probable cause. It rather cuts against it. Again, pushing on the clavicle, not having the intent to strangle, along with the victim herself reporting that her airway and blood flow was not impeded, should cut against a finding of probable cause for this charge of aggravated assault. So again, I am asking for dismissal in this matter.
So, Mr. Miller, the interim does have the charge of attempted. It cites to the 13-1001.
Your Honor, I would also note for the court's benefit, we're looking at aggravated assault. There is evidence, there are red marks on the victim's neck, and there are allegations in the IC stating that she was grabbed by the defendant with both hands and her neck was squeezed.
I do find there's probable cause for at least the attempted aggravated assault. I understand
Oh.
both the victim and the defendant made statements regarding that blood flow was not.
That point and the time that Mr. Tuttle was picked up, there is, for that reason, I believe, no indication that he poses an ongoing risk to the victim. My understanding is that the two of them had since gotten engaged between the time that this was alleged to have occurred and the current day. For those reasons, Your Honor, I'd be asking for a nominal bond or pretrial services.
Please, I'm not trying to keep us from being homeless.
All right, I am going to impose a bond. I do think a bond is appropriate in this matter. It'll be $20,000, cash or secured, released to pretrial if posted. Conditions include no drugs, no alcohol, do not commit any acts of domestic violence, no firearms, monitoring treatment as directed by pretrial. At this time, no contact with Ms. Bertha Monique Mendoza. Do not return to her residence or work. If you have a shared residence, sir, you can return with police escort to pick up belongings. Your next court date will be a preliminary hearing on May 29th at 1:30 p.m. If you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. That date may or may not go forward also, so please keep in contact with your attorney. You understand all that, Mr. Tuttle?
Okay.
Okay, do I get to say anything for
right now, it's a $20,000 bond.
May I say something? Of the situation.
Your Honor, Mr. Tuttle is asking me to inform the court that the victim relies on his rental assistance to be able to afford her current residence and that she risks becoming homeless if she's held on a bond she can't pay. He wanted me to pass that message to the court in hopes that the court would reconsider.
Please, with all my heart, I'm begging you to please reconsider that this is, not only is she the love of my life, but if I don't show back up, I can't sign the papers and she's going to be homeless. And neither one of us have the family that we need to support us, and she's going to be it's going to be a mess. The worst thing that could possibly happen would be this.
All right, well, I'm sorry about that the housing situation for the alleged victim, but she can request from the state or victim services something in the future regarding contact. Okay? All right, good luck, Mr. Tuttle.
When do I get?
They'll be in.
Come on. Hello, is that your stuff or no? Is that your papers? Yeah. That's
I see.
Morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Lyle Yazzie?
Middle name Olin?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Yazzie. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on a post-adjudicated warrant out of Pima County Justice Court for driving under the influence, and also for a Gila County warrant for aggravated driving under the influence, which is a felony. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. For your Pima County Justice Court case, I'll appoint Amanda Bynum to represent you. I believe she might have represented you previously. On your Pima County Justice Court case, sir, the warrant amount, and this is post-adjudication, was $500. So I will honor that judge's request. It's going to be cash secured. Conditions.
I already went.
Conditions included. If you do post that, is do not drive without a. Sir, I am talking. It is my turn right now. It is my turn right now. I'm giving your release conditions. It's going to be $500, cash or secured. If you do post that or if you're released, conditions include do not drive without a valid driver's license, no drugs, no alcohol. Next court date is actually tomorrow, May 20th at 1 p.m. If you're still in custody, you'll be seen by a judge tomorrow by video, and Ms. Bynum will be there. And then for the Gila County Superior Court case, the bond amount on that was $2,500. So I will honor that amount. It's $2,500 cash. And we'll set a review hearing for you June 19th at 9 a.m. So if everything locally is resolved before June 19th, Gila County will come pick you up if you haven't posted the bond.
Can I say something now?
Go ahead.
With that Gila County, I went to court and my attorney's name was Ashley Blum or something. Then I paid $55 a month now. And then they told me they dropped the charges because I agreed to take that MAD program. Mothers, yeah. Okay. And that's been cleared and everything. Okay. But
You also have a
and I'm still doing the $55 a month.
I don't know if that's what you're referring to. It looks like you have a Flagstaff Justice Court case that's still pending for DUI as well. So that might be something separate.
That's over. What I think my attorney was named Ashley Blum or something like that. Okay. And the judge dropped my charges for me to pay $55 a month and do community service and then to do that MAD program. Yeah, so that I'm still working on that now, right now. So I don't know what to tell you.
Okay.
So it sounds like you'll have another hearing tomorrow and you'll find out more of that.
So you have a hearing tomorrow for Justice Court, sir, and then you have the $2,500 bond for the Gila County case. All right.
Can you just tell her what I said to you? Sure, she heard it. The microphone's very sensitive. No, that I'm working with Gila already. Yes. Yeah. Yes, the court heard all that. Yeah.
Okay. You're excused for today, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Wow. Got your neighbors in Sacramento.
All right. I think that's everyone.
I think so. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for your patience.
Hello, welcome back to a new episode of You Have a Collect Call From. And where are we at today? You might be thinking, for you regulars, you guys should already know where we're at already. You shouldn't even come in here and ask me, where are we at? Where are we? What are we watching? You guys know. Stop acting. Come in here acting like, what are we watching? You guys know what it is. Just, hey, what's up? Let me see right here. Let me go to the top right here. Let me see who do we got in here. We got No Face. Hey, gracias, No Face. Highly appreciate that. Let me see who else do we got in here. Who else? Let me see. What's up, Jess? How's it going? We got Hillary. Can't hear you. Yeah, because I was talking to my wife. That was a private conversation, if you will. We can't hear you, Beverly. That is correct. You couldn't hear me for a moment there. Just been watching you on YT. Thank you, Jordan. Highly appreciate that. Drea, we know the newbies. Carson. Let me see. What up, Dylan? Ashley. What up, Sue? Hey, Angie. Thank you. Highly appreciate that daily heart. Highly appreciate that. Oh, all right. The judge is back. Hold up. I got to switch over to, what time is it already? Okay. It's about to, date is about to start right now. Let me get this ready. Let me get this other phone ready. And I'll switch date over right now. All right. I tried to start this other phone up, but it was tripping. Let me see. Oh, and let me turn on my camera over here on YT because you guys can't see me. Let me see, where is my camera at? All right, camera is on. Okay. It looks like we might be seeing the judge today, so I'm going to have to move myself over. I don't want to block the judge. Let me see, where should I put myself? Oh, is Ashley here? No, Ashley's not here. False alarm. See, let me move this clock over here to this side. And you guys could see me there a bit. All right, I think that'll work, I think. Let me see, let me put myself a little bit lower. And let me slim it up a bit there. All right, I think that'll work right there. Perfecto. If you will. All right, let's see who else is in here. Hey, what up, Jerome? How's it going? We got Jerome in the house. Who else do we got? We got Cowgirl. We got Thor. Yo. Yeah, I didn't stream this morning. I was tired. I got up at work late, so I didn't stream till right now. This is my first stream of the day. Thank you, Jody. Thank you, Holly. Appreciate that daily heart. And let me get this other phone ready, because okay, there it is. It just needed a reboot, if you will. Let's start up the enhancements here. And let me see here. Gotta put them, can't forget about the mute button. Hey, thank you. Who sent me that? Let me see. Angie, thank you. Highly appreciate that confetti. Appreciate you guys. All right, all rise. All rise. Okay, that button's working there. Let me flip the camera here. Okay. All right. Who do you guys think is gonna? Oh, it's gonna be Lindsay Hughes. It looks like. Lindsay, come out if you will. Hey, Jerome, that's right. Gonna do the All right. Can you watch on 22nd Thursday from Athens, Tennessee?
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Do they have virtual court? Okay, the judge is here. Hey, what up, Matthew? How's it going?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Commissioner Hughes. This is the 11 a.m. initial appearance calendar for Monday, May 19th.
She was in the morning. Thank you, Jerome.
Good morning, Your Honor. Fernando Venegas with the interpreter's office. The interpreter will now interpret.
Buenos
días. Good morning, Your Honor. Estamos aquí en la vista inicial. Estamos al día 19 de mayo a las 11 de la mañana y está hablando con usted la comisionada Hughes.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
As we get started here this morning, I will call each of you into the courtroom one at a time.
Se les va a llamar por nombre a cada uno a la vez.
Una a la vez.
I will ask one of you to stand behind this gray podium here in front of me in the courtroom. I'll ask the next two people I intend to call into the courtroom to line up in the two chairs right inside this door.
I hope not. Build cool things.
Cuando se le llame, podrá pasarle aquí adelante al atril que tenemos aquí y luego los próximos dos que siguen podrán tomar asiento en los asientos que están detrás de la sala.
So we'll follow that chair progression throughout this calendar. I know that seems a little bit trivial, but I promise you all it will make this calendar move much quicker.
Yo sé que eso requiere mucho de ustedes de que vayan siguiendo y gestionando el proceso, pero les prometo que todo esto se agilizará al final de cuentas.
Once you work your way into the courtroom and you're behind the podium, I will start by asking you to state your full name and date of birth, and then I'll explain to you why you're here.
Cuando se le llame por nombre y esté usted en el atril, le voy a pedir que diga su nombre, sus apellidos, fecha de nacimiento, y después de que usted haga eso, le voy a informar de las razones por las cuales estás aquí.
After I tell you why you're here, I will tell you whether you qualify for a court-appointed lawyer, sometimes called a public defender, to represent you.
Or public pretender, if you will.
Cuando esté ahí en el atril, le voy a informar si usted califica para un abogado de oficio, de cuál es el abogado público.
Maybe I am.
You all have the right to the assistance of counsel in a criminal case. Whether or not you qualify for a public defender, you always have the right to hire private counsel to defend you if you choose to.
Ahora, aunque califique usted para un abogado de oficio o no, siempre usted tiene el derecho de tener un abogado defensor. En todo momento tiene el derecho, pero sería contratado por cuenta propia.
After we talk about lawyers, I will give you the next court hearing dates and times that you will be required to attend after this court hearing.
Después de que hablemos acerca de el abogado defensor, vamos a programar las audiencias que siguen después.
I'll look into it, cowgirl.
The last thing we will do while you're in the courtroom is talk about whether you are legally eligible for release from custody. If you are, we will go over on what terms and conditions you can be released.
Ahora, respecto que hablemos de lo asunto de las razones legales de las medidas
What up,
preventivas
Christy G?
de libertad, si
Thank
es
you,
que
Brittany.
se le pone en libertad. Si es así, entonces hablaremos de las condiciones en las cuales usted se podría encontrar en libertad.
In addition to that right to the assistance of counsel, you all also have the right to remain silent.
También en adición al derecho a tener abogado defensor, cada uno de ustedes tiene el derecho a que guarden silencio.
Anything that you do choose to say in the courtroom this morning will be preserved on our recording and can be used against you at any point down the line in these proceedings.
Y todo lo que usted está diciendo aquí se está grabando en actas y por eso si tiene el derecho a guardar silencio, pero puede ser de que si usted habla tocante el asunto,
No face,
entonces
thank you.
se puede utilizar en contra de usted más adelante.
Unless you have previously made arrangements with a private lawyer, there will not be a lawyer in the courtroom this morning for purposes of your defense.
Al menos que usted haya contratado a un abogado defensor y haya hecho arreglos de antemano, entonces no habrá abogados aquí presentes en la sala del tribunal.
Really, Jomer? What time?
Because you won't have a lawyer in here this morning and because anything you say could be used against you, I will strongly encourage all of you not to make any statements regarding the facts about why you're here.
Y debido a que no va a haber abogados y todo lo que usted diga en actas aquí en el tribunal se podrá utilizar en contra de usted. Por eso, fuertemente, les informo de que no diga nada tocante a la causa por la cual está aquí.
Last thing before we get started is that all of the information you get while you're in the courtroom will be given to you in a written document that you'll get when you step back into the room that you're in right now, so you don't have to memorize everything that I tell you while you're in the courtroom.
Y todo de lo que se le está informando aquí, usted obtendrá por escrito. Usted obtendrá todo en actas. Y de esa manera no tiene que recordar todo lo que se está diciendo aquí.
All right, let's go ahead and get started. Can I please have Jesus Martinez Cruz all the way into the courtroom, please, behind the gray podium?
What up, Cake Belly? Hey, Jesus Cruz, come on down to The Price Is Wrong.
Diego Hernandez Marie.
You went back to the 80s, Joe.
First chair. Juan Carmona Maya, if you please work your way to the second chair.
Y luego sigue el señor Diego Hernández Marí y también el señor Juan Carlos Maya. Tomen asiento en los asientos ahí.
Okay, good morning, sir. May I please have your full name and date of birth?
Buenos días, señor. ¿Podrá decirme su nombre, apellidos y fecha de nacimiento?
Jesús Alberto Martínez Cruz y soy de 1594.
Yes, my name is Jesus Alberto Martinez Cruz, and I was born on the 15th of 1994.
The 15th, 1994 of what month?
¿Y de qué mes, señor?
Noviembre.
November.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. You are here on allegations of new charges.
Muy bien, señora. Usted está aquí porque tiene usted acusaciones nuevas.
Those allegations are one count of aggravated driving under the influence, that is a class 4 felony.
Tiene un punto de acusación, señor, de conducir bajo los efectos con agravante. Es un delito de categoría 4.
And one count of driving under the influence while being impaired to the slightest degree, that one's a class 1 misdemeanor.
Y también tiene otro punto acusatorio de conducir bajo los efectos, pero al grado mínimo por alcoholemia. Y esta es una falta de categoría 1.
I have found probable cause to support those allegations, and I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you.
Se ha determinado, señor, de que hay motivo fundado por las acusaciones en contra de usted y por ello le he nombrado a un abogado de oficio que lo represente a usted.
Your next court hearings on these allegations will be a status conference May 23rd and then a preliminary hearing May 28th, both of them at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown.
Y queda programada las audiencias el día 23 de mayo. Este día será para la consulta para actualización de la causa. Y luego también el día 28 de mayo es la audiencia preliminar. Ambas audiencias se llevarán a cabo a las 8:30 de la mañana en el Tribunal Superior en el centro de Phoenix.
On these allegations, I have imposed a $10,000 secured appearance bond.
Y en esta causa, señor, se le ha fijado una fianza de $10,000 con garantía.
Secured appearance means that you can use a bonding company to post that bond if you choose to.
Y con garantía, a lo que me refiero con eso, es de que usted puede trabajar con una compañía que es fiadora de fianza, si usted opta por hacerlo.
If you do post that bond and you are released from custody, you cannot possess any weapons or consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription.
Y si usted deposita esta fianza, señor, y es puesto en libertad, señor, se le prohíbe de que usted posea armas. Se le prohíbe que consuma o posea alcohol o drogas sin tener receta válida.
Last, if you are released from custody, you cannot operate a motor vehicle under any circumstances while this case remains pending.
Y también, si usted es puesto en libertad, señor, a usted se le prohíbe de que maneje
Jimmy D.
En todo momento mientras que está este caso pendiente.
Thank you, guys.
Do you understand all of those conditions?
Señor, ¿usted comprendió las condiciones?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. You can step back and get your paperwork.
Gracias, señor. Recoja aquí el papeleo y pásale de nuevo ahí atrás.
Diego Hernandez Marie, if you would please work your way into the courtroom.
Ahora el señor Diego Hernández Marie, pásale aquí adentro en el tribunal.
Good morning. May I please have your name and date of birth?
Buenos días, señor. Dígame su nombre, apellidos y fecha de nacimiento.
Diego Hernández Mary, 14 de noviembre del 1995.
Diego Hernández Mary, November the 14th of 1995.
Thank you very much, sir. You are here on allegations of new charges.
Gracias, señor. Usted está aquí porque tiene acusaciones nuevas.
Those allegations are one count of aggravated assault, a class 5 felony.
Tiene usted un punto de acusación que es de agresión con agravante. Es un delito de categoría 5.
One count of obstructing government operations and one count of resisting arrest. Those two are class 1 misdemeanors.
Y tiene un punto de acusación de obstaculización del proceso gubernamental o de los agentes y también un punto de acusación de resistir el arresto. Ambos son faltas de categoría 1.
The last two allegations are one count of failing to obey a police officer and one count of obstructing a public highway, both class 2 misdemeanors.
Hey, what up, Tiffany?
Y tiene un punto de acusación de obstaculizar una autopista y también incumplimiento de obedecer a un agente. Ambas son faltas de categoría 2.
I have found probable cause to support those allegations, and I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you.
Señor, se ha determinado que hay motivo fundado por las acusaciones que están en contra de usted y por ello le he nombrado a un abogado que lo defienda, los abogados de oficio.
Your next court hearings will be a status conference May 23rd and then a preliminary hearing May 28th, both of them at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown.
Y se le programan las próximas audiencias a usted.
He does look pretty bad.
El día 23 de mayo
Joe.
Es para una consulta de actualización de la causa. Y la siguiente viene siendo el día 28 de mayo y esta sería para la audiencia preliminar. Ambas audiencias, señor, están programadas para llevarse a cabo a las 8:30 de la mañana en el Tribunal Superior del Centro de Phoenix.
On these allegations, I have imposed a $2,500 secured appearance bond.
Ahora, con relación a la causa, le he fijado a usted una fianza de $2,500 con garantía.
If you post that bond and you are released from custody, you cannot possess any weapons or
you, Brian.
consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription if you are released.
Ahora, señor, si usted deposita esta fianza y es puesto en libertad, se le prohíbe de que usted posea armas, se le prohíba que posea alcohol o también drogas sin receta válida.
Do you understand all of those conditions?
Señor, ¿usted comprendió esas condiciones?
¿Por qué tomas llamadas del corte?
Okay, thank you very much. You can step back and get your paperwork.
Bien, puede pasarle aquí a recoger el papeleo de usted.
Porque le gusta a mi gente.
Juan
Hay gente
Carmona Maya, if you would please work your way into the courtroom.
que le gusta mirar
Ahora,
esto.
el señor Juan Carmona Maya, pásale a la sala del tribunal.
Can I please have your full name and date of birth?
Buenos días.
Señor, ¿podrá decirme su nombre y apellidos y también la fecha de nacimiento?
Juan Carlos Carmona Maya, 27 de diciembre de 1980.
Hopefully today.
Juan Carlos Carmona Maya, December the 28th, 1980.
Your birthday is December 28th or December 27th?
27 de diciembre. 27 de diciembre de 1980.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. You're here on a new misdemeanor allegation.
Señor, está aquí por una acusación de una falta.
That allegation is one count of driving on a suspended driver's license.
Y esta acusación es de conducir con una licencia suspendida.
It's a class 1 misdemeanor that I have found probable cause to support.
Y esta es una falta de categoría 1 del cual
Thank
se
you, Brian,
determina
for
que hay
jumping on
motivo
over.
fundado.
Because that underlying allegation is a misdemeanor offense, the nature of that charge does not entitle you to a court-appointed lawyer.
Y debido a que la índole de esta acusación es por una falta, por ello no le voy a nombrar a un abogado de oficio que lo represente, señor.
You do still have the right to the assistance of counsel. You will just have to hire a lawyer to represent you if you wish to be defended.
Y usted tiene el derecho de tener abogado defensor si lo desea, pero tendrá que contratarlo
Jimmy
usted por cuenta propia si usted desea que lo represente.
Your next court hearing on this allegation will be an arraignment hearing June 3rd at 1:30 in the afternoon in the West McDowell Justice Court.
Y la próxima audiencia será para la lectura formal de las acusaciones, señor, en el Juzgado de Paz de West McDowell. Este será el 3 de junio a las 1:30 de la tarde.
I am releasing you on your own recognizance, which means you will be released from custody without having to post a bond.
Damn, how fast were you going? Build cool things?
Será bajo caución juratoria. Esto quiere decir que usted no tendrá que depositar fianza para ser puesto en libertad.
Was it a school
But
zone?
that also means you will be responsible for getting yourself to your next court hearing.
Pero esto ya quedará usted responsable de presentarse a la próxima audiencia en el tribunal.
Once you are out of custody, you are ordered not to operate a motor vehicle if you don't have a valid driver's license.
Ahora, si usted es puesto en libertad, una de las condiciones es de que no maneje usted un vehículo sin tener licencia válida para conducir.
Do you both understand those conditions and agree to get yourself to your next court hearing?
¿Y usted está de acuerdo con esas condiciones, a estas ambas, y también de que se presentará usted la próxima audiencia en el tribunal?
What up, Jay?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. You can step back and get your paperwork.
Okay.
Muy bien, gracias, señor. Puede recoger el papeleo.
That's right, Blues. Hell yeah.
Okay, Mr. Interpreter, I appreciate you being here. Those were the 3 individuals I had marked as requesting a Spanish interpreter. Before you disconnect, could you please make an inquiry of the gallery to make sure we don't miss anybody that might need your assistance?
Yes, Your Honor. ¿Alguien aquí ocupa interpretación? ¿Alguien aquí no habla
55?
inglés?
What, like in a 10,
Que se le interprete.
a 10-mile zone?
Levante su mano o diga su nombre.
Okay, I'm told no hands were raised. Thank you very much, Mr. Venegas. You are free to disconnect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you. Okay, can I please have Stephen Reyes into the courtroom behind the podium, Max Gordonatez, Gordonataz, if you would please work your way to the first chair. Scott Alter, if I could ask you to please work your way to the second chair. Okay, can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Stephen Reyes, 030197.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reyes. You are here on 3 different matters. The first matter that you're here on is allegations of new charges. Those allegations are 1 count of unlawful flight from a law enforcement vehicle, that's a Class 5 felony, and 1 count of reckless driving, which is a Class 2 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause to support those allegations, and I have appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings on those 2 allegations will be a status conference May 23rd and then a preliminary hearing May 28th, both of them at 8:30 in the morning, both in the Superior Court downtown here in Maricopa County. On those 2 allegations, I have imposed a $5,000 secured appearance bond. The second of the 3 matters that you're here on is an initial arrest warrant issued by the Santan Justice Court. The allegation in that case is 1 count of misdemeanor assault, Class 1 misdemeanor, sometimes called simple assault. On that Santan misdemeanor warrant, you are entitled to a court-appointed lawyer at a minimum for purposes of release conditions. That lawyer will be appointed for you by the next judge you see on that case at your next hearing. Your next hearing on the misdemeanor warrant will be an arraignment hearing May 22nd. That one will also be at 8:30, but it'll be in the Santan Justice Court. On that warrant, you have a $500 secured appearance bond. The last of the 3 matters you're here on is a probation violation warrant issued by the Cochise County Superior Court. In that case, I don't know, because it's not Maricopa County, I don't know whether Cochise County has already determined you're entitled to a court-appointed lawyer or not. If the Cochise County Court has already made that determination and you have a lawyer appointed to you in that case, that lawyer will continue to represent you. If that hasn't happened, that's an order that has to come from the Cochise County judge. So if you don't have a court-appointed lawyer in that Cochise County probation case and you think you're entitled to one, if the court doesn't appoint one for you at your next hearing, please make sure you address that with the judge. That hearing on the Cochise County warrant is going to be an arraignment hearing May 22nd at 8:30. That is the same date and time as your court hearing on the initial arrest warrant in Santan. My best guess is that if you are still in custody, you'll be transported to the Maricopa County hearing instead of the Cochise County hearing because it's further away. I can't guarantee that's the case, but I don't think that MCSO would release you knowing that you still have a Maricopa County case. So what I will tell you is, whether or not you're in custody or out of custody, you have 2 hearing dates on the same date and time. In your release orders, you have the phone number and the address to both the Santan Justice Court and the Cochise County Superior Court. If and or when you miss one of those hearings, you should try to call the court, preferably before you miss it, but as soon as you can after the missed hearing, because likely once you don't make that hearing, that court's going to issue a new warrant for your arrest. So in lieu of having to get picked up on that warrant and come back through this court or go up to Cochise and be I-8 up there, if you contact the court, let them know you have a warrant and see what you can do to get it resolved in lieu of having to get arrested on it. The court might work with you and reset that hearing. So just be mindful that you have multiple hearing dates on the same date and time. I wish I could change them, but I don't have control of the court hearing dates. So use the phone numbers in your release orders to try and get those either changed or worked out as soon as you miss those hearings, knowing that you likely have a warrant. On the Cochise County warrant, that judge has determined that you're not eligible for release on bond. So practically what that likely means is that you'll stay in custody on all 3 of these cases unless and until you get up to Cochise County to get a bond hearing on the probation warrant.
Okay, and I can't be put on IP to get out at all?
Well, not today, because it's the Cochise County judge that is holding you non-bondable. So it is the Cochise County judge that has to modify that, give you a bond hearing, and determine whether you are bond eligible on that probation violation warrant. And that won't happen until you see the Cochise County judge.
Okay, and then when I see them, I can ask to be put on IP because I'm pretty much homeless, but I just started a job and I'm pretty much going to lose it to all this.
When you say IP, you mean intense probation?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know what the terms of your probation are in Cochise County because I only get access to the underlying facts and allegations and procedural history of cases that originate out of Maricopa County. So on this Cochise matter, all I have is the warrant, and the warrant just says it's a probation violation warrant and you're being held non-bondable on it. So yes, it is the Cochise County judge that could modify those terms. If you're already on intense probation, I don't know what they would do, if they would modify that and let you out or not. But if that were to happen and you were to be allowed bond on that Cochise County case, it's got to come from the Cochise County judge.
And then after it comes from them, I would, because I can't bond out on no money, but I would have to ask you guys as well to be on IP.
Are you on probation in Maricopa County too? So if the Cochise County judge determines that you're release eligible and either releases you or gives you a bond on the Cochise County probation case, you still have bonds on the 2 Maricopa County cases, but they're new cases, so you wouldn't go on intense probation because that wouldn't happen until you're found guilty or take a plea. So if you get released by the Cochise County judge, it won't likely happen until after you've seen the Maricopa County judge on these 2 new cases. So when you go, my best guess is you will go to your Maricopa County hearings before you're ever taken up to Cochise County. So when you get to your Maricopa County hearings, you're going to have a lawyer present to defend you in both of those cases. So you can, the first instance, you go to a court hearing and get to talk to a lawyer, explain to that lawyer that you're being held non-bondable on that Cochise County probation case. Your lawyer will know what to do to talk to the judges in Maricopa County that will see you on the underlying allegations in the 2 new Maricopa County cases. And it's possible that those judges will eliminate the bond so that if and when you get released out of Cochise County, you would just be released on all 3 of these cases. But none of that will happen until you go see the judges that will see you on the underlying allegations.
So I'm pretty much got to do time, yeah.
At least until you see a Cochise County judge and the 2 Maricopa County judges.
And how far is that out? Like a week or so?
So your first hearing is the 22nd.
This judge has patience.
That's
because I would have lost mine by now, and I'm a patient person.
Warrant and the Cochise County hearing. And then your first hearing on the new felony charge is the 23rd.
Steve Aoki.
So
it's all this month though, right?
Yeah.
Like, what is he worried about? Okay, he's homeless.
Your hearings are going to be on Thursday and
Now he's
Friday.
going to have a roof over his head. He's going to have a bed. He's going to get fed.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. You can step back. And
He'll probably even get a boyfriend. Like, what's the problem? Hit that skin flute.
Gordonetaz, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Victoria Cortina.
What up, Brandy? Hey, let me see. Who was it?
Okay,
I think it was Dave. Hey, thank you, Dave, for that rose.
Can you state it and give me your date of birth, please?
Oh, my name is Mac Anthony Gordetas, and my birthday is 10/15/1984, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Say your last name for me one more time.
Ibuprofen. 400.
Netaz. Gordon Netaz. Do we have it spelled correctly though? Is it Gorgnattaz?
Or Cheryl.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you just have an extra syllable. Gordonetaz. Gordonetaz.
Yes.
I'm going to get it. Okay.
I know you will.
All right. Thank you, sir. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of resisting arrest by physical force. That is a class 6 felony. 1 count of threatening and intimidating. That's a class 1 misdemeanor. And 1 count of possessing an open container of liquor in a vehicle. That one's a class 2 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause to support those allegations. Based on your reported financial situation, it doesn't appear as though you financially qualify for a court-appointed lawyer. I will ask you if the reported financial information I have for you is accurate. You are not under any obligation to answer these questions. So if you don't wish to make any statements or answer anything, you can say, no, thank you, I will move on. I have your reported income as $8,000 a month.
What?
Do you wish to tell me if that's
Damn. You know what I could do with $8,000 a month?
Is that an accurate income for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir. Then it is the case that you don't financially qualify for a court-appointed lawyer. You do still have the right to the assistance of counsel. What this finding means is that you'll have to hire private counsel to defend you if you wish to have a lawyer represent you.
Yes,
Did you have a question?
Yes, ma'am. So, yeah, that is my income. But like I said, I own a trucking company and a moving and storage business.
Oh, okay. You're a trucker.
I have to be moving. If I'm stuck in jail, like that income is zero. You get what I'm saying? I understand exactly.
So your monthly income is $8,000 a month, so long as you are out working. So long as you are not working, your income is zero.
So that's what I just wanted to let you know, because if I'm out on the streets, yes, I'm booking jobs, I'm picking up my phone, I got my employees working.
Got it.
You know what I mean? I'm the sole owner of the company.
Okay.
So it's just me. Without me, there's nobody to be like, oh, this guy takes over for me while I'm gone.
Okay.
I haven't got that far in.
Okay, so what I'm going to do then is I will find you indigent. I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Two things. One, you still have the right to hire a private lawyer if you don't wish to have the public defender's office represent you. Two, it is possible, and I just want to make you aware of this, it is possible that if you are out and working, the next judge you see will determine that that court-appointed lawyer isn't allowed to represent you going forward if you're making too much money.
Oh, I'll hire one if I...
Okay, if you can, you will?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, very good. Then I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Please just keep in mind that that could be removed if you are later making too much money.
Yes.
Okay, your next court hearings will be a status conference May 23rd and then a preliminary hearing May 28th. They will both be at 8:30 in the morning, and they'll be in the Superior Court downtown, not here, but downtown Phoenix. You'll have the address in your paperwork. On these allegations, you have a $5,000 secured appearance bond. Again, secured appearance means that you do have the opportunity to use a bonding company to post that if you choose to. You're not required to, but you do have that option. If you do post that bond and you are released from custody, you cannot possess any weapons or consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
So good.
Well, yes, ma'am.
You missed the chat, Drea.
Is there any way to like modify that amount, ma'am? Just so I can try to make it to get out. Like, this is you're talking about. I pay for daycare for my children. You're talking about other things that I take care of, but it's just not just me. Like,
sure.
I need at least some leniency if you could. If you can't, I mean, I can't.
So it is possible to have that amount modified by the next judge you see.
Okay.
So in your paperwork, since I've appointed them, in your paperwork, you'll have the phone number to the public defender's office. You have the opportunity to try to call the public defender's office to talk to them about modifying your bond or your release conditions between now and your next court hearing. If that doesn't happen at your next hearing on the 23rd, you'll have a lawyer present to defend you, and you and your lawyer can take up modifying these release conditions with the judge that will see you on the underlying facts.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions?
No, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Gornitez. You can step back and get your paperwork.
Hey, I wish I was making half of that.
Over to the podium in the courtroom, please. Daniel Carpio Vasquez, if you please work your way to that second chair.
Hey, I would be happy with $4,000 a month.
Date of birth, please, sir.
Scott Alter, and it is August 15th, 2001.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alter. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are one count of aggravated assault, that's a class 4 felony, and one count of criminal damage, a class 2 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause to support those allegations, and I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference May 23rd, and then a preliminary hearing May 28th. Both of them will be at 8:30 in the morning in the Superior Court downtown. On these allegations, you have a $5,000 secured appearance bond.
Hey, that looks like
If you
Adam.
post that and
Adam
you are
16.
released, you are ordered not to have contact with the complainant or any witnesses of the underlying allegations. You cannot possess any weapons, and you cannot consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
That's posting of a bond to a company, or just
You have the option. So either one. You could post a $5,000 bond, or you could go through a bonding company.
But either way, those conditions still.
Either way, yes. If you get out, if the bond gets posted, however, if you post that bond by any means and you're released from custody, all of these conditions will apply once you're out of custody between now and at least your first court hearing on the 23rd. Any other questions?
Do we have
Phone numbers of bond companies?
Yes, there's a list of them back in the jail facility, so when you get back there, if you don't see one, you can ask any of the jail officers. They can either get you a list of bonding companies and phone numbers or show you where there's one posted.
And what are the available methods of posting bond?
There's 3 ways to get a bond posted. One is somebody can go to the 4th Avenue Bonds and Fines office and post it on your behalf. 2 is you could use any money that you have on your jail books to self-bond out. And the 3rd option is using a bonding company.
Okay.
All right. Anything else?
Stop asking that, Judge.
Thank you very much, sir. You can
Damn, we need to get this ball rolling quicker.
Victoria Cortina to the podium in the courtroom.
That fool didn't have any shoes on.
Nasser Muhammad, if you would please work your way to the 2nd chair.
Did he get robbed in the tanks already? Did they tell him, hey, homie, what size are you?
Cortina?
He was like a 9. Oh, that's my size. Give up your shoes, homeboy. I never seen that with no. I never seen no shoes on.
Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Cortina, May 8th, 2004.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cortina. You are here on a probation violation warrant. A petition to revoke your probation alleges that you have violated terms 3 and 5. I've appointed a lawyer to represent you in those probation proceedings. Your next court hearing will be a revocation arraignment hearing, May 27th. It will be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown, and you have a $2,500 secured appearance bond on that warrant. If you post that and you are released, you cannot possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. You can step back and get your paperwork.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about right here. No questions, just keep it moving.
Vasquez, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Paul Villalobos, if I could ask you to please work your way to the 2nd
Damn,
chair.
James, you're wanting El Salvador for eating at Denny's. I wish I couldn't even afford Denny's. Make money. I had to eat on the street.
Come on in if you would, please.
Had to eat some street pupusas, if you will.
Can I have your name and date of birth?
1223, Daniel Carpio Vasquez.
And what year were you born?
02.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Carpio Vasquez. You are here on 2 different matters. The first matter that you're here on is allegations of new charges. Those allegations are 1 count of narcotic drug possession and 1 count of dangerous drug possession. They are both class 4 felonies. Last is 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, which is a class 6 felony. I have found probable cause to support the narcotic drug allegation and the drug paraphernalia allegation. I have not found probable cause to support the dangerous drug allegation. My finding of no probable cause on that dangerous drug allegation doesn't mean it's legally dismissed. It just means I am not imposing any release conditions on that dangerous drug allegation. I have appointed the public defender's office to represent you. Your next court hearings on those charges that I did find probable cause to support will be a status conference May 23rd and then a preliminary hearing May 28th. They will both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On those allegations supported by probable cause, you have a $1,500 secured appearance bond. The second matter that you're here on is an allegation that those new charges supported by probable cause are a term 1 violation of your probation. In the probation case, I have also appointed a lawyer to defend you. Your next court hearing in that probation matter will be a revocation arraignment May 27th at 8:30, that one in the probation court downtown. On that probation matter, you have a $500 secured appearance bond. So that means your total bond for both cases will be $2,000. It is all secured appearance. If you post that and you are released from custody, you cannot possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Carpio Vasquez. You can step back and get your paperwork.
You know what, Teresa?
Abdul Nasser Muhammad, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Lacey Flynn, if I could ask you to please work your way to the 2nd chair.
I think they are getting over on us, Teresa.
Abdul Nasser Muhammad. My birthday is September 12th, 2001.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muhammad. You are here on 2 different matters. The first matter that you're here on is allegations of new charges. Those allegations are 1 count of aggravated assault on a first responder and 1 count of resisting arrest. They are both class 6 felonies. I have found probable cause to support those 2 allegations, and I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. Your next court hearings on those new allegations will be a status conference May 23rd and then a preliminary hearing May 28th. Both of them will be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On those new allegations, you have a $1,500 secured appearance bond. The second matter that you're here on is an allegation that those new charges are term 1 violations of your probation. In that probation matter, I have also appointed a lawyer to represent you. Your next court hearing in the probation case will be a revocation arraignment May 27th, that one in the probation court downtown at 8:30 in the morning. On the probation matter, you have a $500 secured appearance bond. That means your total bond for both cases will be $2,000. It is all
Scott.
secured appearance. You can use a bonding company for all of it. If you post that bond and you are released from custody, you are ordered not to possess any weapons and not to consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mohammed.
I got one question.
Sure, go ahead.
So, say I do post my bonds, are they like two different separate bonds, or will they be together?
Well, it's technically two separate bonds because it's two different cases, but if you just post one and not the other, you're not going to be released from custody. So in terms of posting it, you can sort of treat it as one $2,000 bond because you'd have to post both of them in order to get out.
Okay. Also, does my probation officer already know where I have to call him if I got
You have to call. So your probation officer may know that you came through on a term 1 violation, but it's not your probation officer that submitted the term 1 violation, so your probation officer might not know.
Thank you, Courtney. Highly
So if
appreciate
you post that bond and you're out of, regardless of whether you post the bond, as soon as you get out of custody, you have 3 days to call your probation officer. So whether that happens today, tomorrow, next week, as soon as you're out of custody, make one of your first calls to your probation officer.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, any other questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. You can step back and get your
Actually, Whiskey, I'm live on
Paul
3.
Villalobos to the podium in the courtroom, please. Jose
I got 2 white
Fernandez,
tees
if you would please work
and
your way
one
to the second
and
chair.
one white tee and 2 TTs.
Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Paul Villalobos, 6985.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. You are here on 3 probation violation warrants. In all 3 cases, petitions to revoke your probation allege that you have violated terms 4, 5, and 15. I have appointed a lawyer for you in all 3 cases. Your next court hearing in each of these 3 matters will be the same. It will be a revocation arraignment hearing May 27th at 8:30 in the probation court downtown. So 3 cases, one court date and time. On these warrants,
that does kind of look like me.
total
Shit, hold
secured
on.
appearance bond of $600. It's $250 on 2 of the 3 warrants and then $100 on the 3rd.
Damn.
So $600 total.
The
all
resemblance
secured
is
appearance.
uncanny.
If you post that and
Uncanny.
you're released, you can't possess any weapons or drugs without a valid prescription. And if and when you're released from custody, you have to call your probation officer within 24 hours of being released. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. You can step back and get your paperwork. Lacey Flynn to the podium in the courtroom, please.
What the what? What in the alternate reality is
Can I
going
have
on
your
right
name
here?
and date of birth,
Lacey Flynn, 2/21/1994.
Thank you, Ms. Flynn. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. I have found probable cause to support those allegations, and I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference June 3rd and then a preliminary hearing June 5th. Both of those hearings will be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. Ms. Flynn, I'm inclined to release you on your own recognizance. I will do that so long as you assure me that you are able and willing to voluntarily get yourself to both of those next court hearings. Are you able and willing to do that?
Yes.
Okay, then I will release you on your own recognizance. Once you are out of custody, in addition to getting yourself to those next court hearings, you cannot go back to the scene where you were arrested on these allegations, and you cannot possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand all of those conditions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. You can step back and get your paperwork.
She's
Jose
just little.
Hernandez,
She's a
if
little
you
thing.
work your way into the courtroom, please.
Uncle Steve.
Good morning, sir. Can I have your name and date of birth?
Yes, my name is Jose Bartolo Hernandez Juarez, 6/18/85.
618, say that year one more time for me.
6/18/85.
85. Thank you very much, Mr. Hernandez. You are here on a probation violation warrant. A petition to revoke your probation alleges that you have violated terms 3 and 5 of your probation. I have appointed a lawyer to represent you in those probation proceedings. Your next court hearing will be a revocation arraignment hearing. It is scheduled for May 27th at 8:30 in the probation court downtown. Mr. Hernandez, I am inclined to release you to the supervision of your assigned adult probation officer without posting a bond, but I'm only going to do that if you promise me that you will voluntarily attend your next court hearing. Can you make me that promise?
I promise.
Okay, then I will release you to the supervision of your probation officer. You will be responsible for getting yourself to your hearing on May 27th. It'll be at 8:30 in the probation court downtown. You'll have the address to the court in your paperwork if you don't know where that is. Once you are released from custody, you must call your probation officer within 3 days. So you're going to get out today.
He's a little fella.
Before sometime close of business on Thursday, you have to call your probation officer.
Okay, I will, ma'am.
Okay, you also can't possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription once you get out. Do you understand all of those conditions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hernandez. You can step back and get your paperwork.
Thank you so much, okay?
Okay, number 21 on the calendar.
I've only seen that once or twice before.
Date of birth 6/27/86 is
Ah,
not in the
this is
courtroom because he poses a danger to himself. He is here on 2 different matters. The first is allegations of new charges. Those allegations are 1 count of aggravated assault, a class 3 felony, 1 count of misdemeanor assault, 1 count of criminal damage, and 2 counts of threatening and intimidating. Those last 4 counts are all class 1 misdemeanors. I did find probable cause to support those allegations, and I appointed the public defender's office to represent him. His next court hearings on those new allegations will be a status conference May 23rd and a preliminary hearing May 28th, both at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On those allegations, he has a $50,000 secured appearance bond. He's also here on a failure to appear warrant issued by the Country Meadows Justice Court on a misdemeanor allegation involving possessing an open container of liquor in a vehicle. He's entitled to a court-appointed lawyer for purposes of release conditions on the misdemeanor warrant. That lawyer will be appointed at his next court hearing. That hearing will be an arraignment hearing May 22nd at 8:30 in the Country Meadows Justice Court. On the misdemeanor warrant, he has a $500 secured appearance bond, making his total bond $50,500. Last on the calendar, number 8, Denia Ferguson, date of birth 6/27/2003, is not in the courtroom because she was experiencing, or exhibiting, I should say, combative behavior. She is here on an allegation of a new charge. That allegation is 1 count of failing to show her driver's license or ID to law enforcement. That's a class 2 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause to support that allegation. Because it is a misdemeanor, she is not entitled to a court-appointed lawyer. Her next court hearing will be an arraignment hearing June 9th at 8:30 in the Tempe Municipal Court, being operated for the Guadalupe Municipal Court. I am releasing her on her own recognizance, so long as she assures me she will voluntarily attend that court hearing. If anything changes when I visit either of these individual cell side, the court's final orders regarding release conditions will be reflected in their written release orders. That concludes the 11 a.m. initial appearance calendar. This court will stand in recess until 2 p.m.
What? Hey, don't worry, guys. I got some more up my sleeve right now. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned, because we're gonna be switching over to Dade County right now. We got Judge Glazer, if you will. I'm just waiting for my my Zoom to open up right now. Let me close this down right here, right quick, and we'll go ahead and get Zoom going right now. Yup. All right, opening up right now. Let's get ready to rumble. How is everybody doing today? Where's everybody tuning in from today? If you guys don't mind sharing, sharing is caring. If you haven't done so, please do so. Hit that follow button. It's free 99. Oh, thank you.
Based upon the court's probable cause finding, yes.
Thank you.
That's right.
So now that he's getting a bond, he needs to make sure he knows he can't go back home.
James, I can't see.
You can only go there one time with a police officer to get your personal belongings.
her.
If you go without the police or if you stay there, you'll get rearrested.
I don't sound like that,
Have a good day.
James.
All right, I have a case for the private attorney. The case I passed, Travana Bowens.
Thank you very much.
All right, cool. Here we are. So this is going to be Dade County. And yes, guys, this is live. This is happening in real time. This is not pre-recorded. This is not AI generated. We're not using DeepSeek. We're not using Chat GBT. We're not using Notebook. We're not using any of that stuff. Damn, James, for somebody that doesn't use AI, you do know other names.
Good afternoon, ma'am. You were arrested
What up,
for
Hilda?
a case from May 11th. The charge is armed robbery with a weapon, grand theft, a third-degree felony, and aggravated battery. Are you her attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Dustin Tischler on Ms.
Good afternoon.
Bowen's behalf.
What do you want to say?
Your Honor, I just want to let you know that we arranged her surrender last night voluntarily. The alleged victim's present in court today. He does not wish for any type of stay away order, although I think Your Honor probably will. The one thing he did tell me is that the money that was alleged to have been stolen, he ended up finding after the event in the vehicle, in the back of the vehicle.
All right. Sir, I need you to come up here to be sworn in, and we'll take the testimony. Good afternoon. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are going to give in this proceeding will be the truth? If so, state I do.
I do.
Thank you. Please tell me your name.
Roger London.
Are you afraid of Trevana Bowens?
No.
Do you want the court to enter an order requiring Ms. Bowens to stay away from you?
Oh, there he is.
Has anybody forced you or threatened you to come to court?
That
today
looks like
to make a
Kevin Hart.
statement?
Is that Kevin Hart?
Okay, thank you. State any questions for Mr. London.
No questions.
Mr. Tischler, any questions for your client?
No, Your Honor. Well, I guess, Mr. London, did you find the money that you told the police officer she had taken?
Yeah, it was in the back seat.
How many children do you have with Miss Bowens?
One.
Oh, damn.
1 year old.
One of his baby's mamas?
Are you in any fear of her?
No.
No further questions, Your
I
Honor.
started laughing. Are you on the same room?
There's a no action domestic attempted murder. I don't know if it was the same victim. I'll look into it.
I don't know, ma'am, I'm entering a modified stay away order from the alleged victim whose initials are RL. You are allowed to have contact with the alleged victim, RL. You are prohibited from being physically threatening or
Porque
violent
haces
towards him in
envíos.
any manner whatsoever. So only friendly, nonviolent contact is permitted. Do you understand that so far?
Yes, ma'am.
Also, do not engage in any criminal activity, do not use or possess illegal drugs, and do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department with the court. So you understand the modified stay away order?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So, Judge, it was the same victim in that attempted murder case. I don't know if the victim may want to think about whether or not he should be having contact with her.
Thank you, Pancho
They got the
Taco.
child
Or
together.
Pancho Paco Taco.
You need to calm down. You're going to wind up getting locked up in jail.
Busy from
for a
Love
long,
with
long
Love.
time.
I was here
entered
yesterday.
modified, so it's pepper spray. So it's not
you for
aggravated
that
battery
daily.
for count 3. It's probable cause for battery count 3. State filed a motion for pretrial detention pending final hearing. For armed robbery with a weapon. It
What up,
says he
David?
he's telling us he didn't take the cash. And then did you take an additional $100 from your pants pocket?
No, that's not true. I never told him that.
Ah, okay.
Damn, hey, it's real out there in the streets. You can't even trust your baby mama because she's not trying to rob you. Damn it, she ain't playing around.
You want
Anybody interested?
Should I find probable cause for?
I would ask for grand theft, Your Honor, and set a bond, and we'll deal with it.
I only took
You found the money.
$9.99,
Right, I know.
$9.99.
Just I want to set a bond for her, and then we'll deal with it once she's out. I'll have an affidavit signed by the victim, send it over to the attorney's office.
All right, count 1, then there's no probable cause. Count 2, there would be no probable cause. And count 3. 1 second.
No, pues,
Count 3,
wow.
there's probable cause for battery. That's $1,000. So release outright count 1. Release outright count 2. and it's
That is her,
$1,000
David. Yep,
For battery.
Judge, and that's because the victim is now saying she didn't take the money.
the female.
Yep. All right, so I'll gonna
Chale,
withdraw your
loco.
motion based on the PC finding.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
State,
Yes, Judge.
thank you.
Have a
Good
great
luck.
day. Thank you, Your
Have a
Honor.
good day.
Thank you.
Alguien me preguntó que por qué hago este tipo de contenido. No, ni lo puedo decir en español, pero pues eso es lo que yo hago. Enseño estas cortes porque pues mucha gente le gusta
You're arrested for fleeing and eluding a
mirar
police
esto.
officer. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
On his traffic, he received $1
¿Por qué
bond.
dices pues mucho?
Thank you.
No sé.
He has a suspended learner's license and he's fleeing from the police.
People hadn't saw her video at that Judge Earl class hook.
There's probable cause for the charge. What do you want, $2,500 bond? $2,500 bond. Have a good day.
See, let me move my picture over here. Like.
And no driving unless you have a valid driver's license. It's a no drive order. Next is Mario Savan, page 3.
Defendant refused, Your Honor.
He refused court. All right, so let's see. It was medical, NBC, so now it's refusal. So we'll
Justin,
reset it
thank
for
you.
tomorrow, I guess. Unless you want to accept the appointment now.
Thank you, Shy City.
Ms. Court?
I'm checking it.
This is not Arizona. We just switched over. We're in Florida. We're in sunny Florida, Dade County, if you will, and
What was that?
that would be Miami.
Reset tomorrow.
First
then,
appearances,
please,
yep.
Savan.
What up, cowgirl? Change your hat to the Clippers. I would if I had one, but I don't have a Clipper hat.
Thank you.
Oh, got it. Thanks, James, for sure.
Next case is Brian Jimenez, page 4.
He refused as well, Your Honor.
Thank you,
We'll
Mel.
waive his presence.
Wait, the public defender's office waive presence.
Victim is Barnaby Orozco.
Nah, these are free. You
Thank
don't have to pay.
So it's 20, appoint the public defender's office waive presence bond of $2,500. Ms. Corey, you gonna get your other stuff together for the in-state count?
Yes, Judge.
Free access.
I have Bradley Salter.
You got to pay with your soul.
Is he there?
He's here, Judge. We just heard back from the state attorney's office and the other county in Santa Rosa. They're objecting to a bond being set, and they're asking that he remain no bond so he can see the judge in Santa Rosa County.
So unfortunately, you're gonna have to wait to see the judge in Santa Rosa County. It's gonna stay no bond, and reset date will be June, but we're up to June 3rd. All right, they usually come within 15 days. Corrections, can you please make sure there's a transmittal sent to Santa Rosa County so they'll pick them up? Corrections, you able to notify?
Yes, Santa Rosa was notified 5/17, Your Honor.
Okay, well, that's good.
So there's no bond set for report 6-3.
Yes, please. Is there anything else, Ms. Corey?
Judge, that's the only one I have. I also see that Mr. Nazarian is on the list. I think he had a private attorney. I'm not sure.
Did have a private attorney.
If he was able to get through, he was going to pop in, but the reset for Mr. Nazarian was 6-3.
Thank you, Mel. Highly
Sir, we're
appreciate
waiting to
you.
hear back from your lawyer, so he obviously hasn't heard anything yet. So we'll see you back. If he's able to get a bond, we'll bring you back in. Okay.
Next.
So that's it for the afternoon. I hope everybody has a very nice.
What?
Thank you, Judge. See you tomorrow.
Damn it. Damn, that's it. The meeting ended. That's it, James. That's it. It's it for now. I got to take a break. I got to run out and do some errands. But hey, I do appreciate you guys. If you haven't done so, please do so. Hit that follow button. It's free 99. It doesn't cost you a thing. I don't ask for gifts. Gifts are not required, but tapping the screens, following, sharing, that is a requirement around here. Also, if you guys could watch some of my other videos and drop some comments and, try to create some engagement, get me into the algorithm and whatnot, and, see where this goes. James, what part of Cali are you from? Like, where did you grow up? I grew up in Los Angeles. I grew up on the west side. I'm from West LA. Specific streets, I would say Crenshaw and Pico. Damn, James, you grew up on Pico and Crenshaw, yeah. But I moved throughout the city of LA. I was born off of New Hampshire and Pico. If you guys are from that area, you guys exactly know where that area is at. But my family would always live like off of Pico, so we lived off of Pico and Crenshaw, Pico and La Brea. We would always stay close to Pico. But there was some times that we did move out to South Central. We used to live off of San Pedro and Florence. And if you guys are from LA, you guys know that area is highly active, if you will. Then I've lived in the jungles off of La Brea and Coliseum. Let me see. Hey, Danny Trejo's kid. Let me see here. Quick flash. So hopefully, are you in Orange County? Nah. I don't live in the state of California anymore. I moved out, I think when I was 31. So I'm 44 now. So I've been out of the state of California about 13 years now. So I'm not a LA resident or a California resident. But I ain't too far, Oh damn, me too. LA and SGV. Yeah, I'm familiar with the SGV, the 91746. I spent a lot of time out in the SGV, the La Puente area. One of my good friends, he lived out there. I met him in LA, and his parents, tried to get him out of LA. So they ended up moving him out to the SGV, the 626, the 626. Oregon, hell nah. Let me see. Come back to Cali, man. I can't afford it. To be honest with you guys, the reason I left LA was because I couldn't afford it. It was too expensive. I had to live with my mom, and if I probably would have never left, I still would have probably been living with my mom. So. At that time, she was my wife. She was my girlfriend, and she had moved out of state, and I chose to follow her. So, and it was probably one of the best decisions I ever made of my life. And I'm doing way better than I would have done in California. I got a pretty good job, a career, to be quite honest with you guys. And so here I am. I have a lot of free time from time to time, and I'm able to jump on these stream with you guys and share these these court hearings with you guys. For those of you that like to watch the in-bank hearings from California, we are going to be doing in-bank hearings tomorrow, and tomorrow's Tuesday and Wednesday. So tomorrow the in-bank hearings are going to start at 11 a.m. So be here, be square. I am going to be streaming these here on on TT and YT. Let me see. Oh, OMG, tell me about it. I'm in Orange County and paying $2,750 for a 1-bedroom. Damn, I couldn't do that. To be honest with you guys, it wasn't for my wife. I don't even know where I would be at in my life. But moving out of state, like I said, once again, it was probably one of the best decisions that I ever made. And I never saw myself leaving the state of California or LA. I was born there and I was raised there up until I was 31. And I just never saw myself leaving. But, I left for love. I did it for the right reasons. Let me see. I missed it. Where does he live? Let me see. My boy moved for love. That's real love right there, yo. Let me see. Definitely something to consider. I know it's hard to leave. Yeah, it was hard. I never, to be honest with you guys, it took me about a good, almost 8 months to leave. From the time that I told I was going to leave, for me to actually leave, it took about 8 months, and it was because I was dragging my feet. I couldn't do it, and probably the first 2 years it was really hard because I was constantly going back to LA because that's all I knew. All my friends were there, my family's still there, so I was constantly traveling back and forth always to LA, at least twice a month. It was pretty wild. But now it's whatever. When I do go back, I'm like, man, I can't wait to get back home. I live in a much quieter area, no drama, than where I came from. The areas I came from, and it was drama all the time, all day, every day. I thought you were in LA still. Nah, I left. Let me see. The weather is worth the price. I feel but I want to go to Texas. Yeah, nah, I can't. You know, just with everything that's going on right now, I don't think, for me personally, it wouldn't be worth it. What area are you in now? I rather, that's something that I'd rather not share where I'm at, because I rather leave my area undisclosed, just to avoid any drama. I'm eventually pretty sure. I mean, I know some of you guys know where I live, and I do appreciate, you know, that you guys don't share it on here, but I'm not really too interested in sharing my my location, if you will. Respect. Yeah, I don't live in the state of California. Yeah, I shook. I'm gone. I was gone like the wind. I'm no longer a California resident. Let me see. It's cold, James. Yup. But I'm always back and forth. Let me see. Cali has every type of terrain: mountains, beaches, desert. Yeah, I completely understand and respect that. Let me see. You keep that to yourself. I try. Have a wonderful day. Yeah, so I'll probably be back later on. Let me see. The next course is gonna be at 2. I probably won't be here for that one, but I'll be on for some of the ones in the later on. I love that for you. I live in the IE. That's right, the Inland Empire. Same here, amigo. We respect that, James. Yeah, have a great day. But if you guys look at my videos, some of my videos, you guys could kind of piece it together, you know. And one of the main reasons that I don't want to share where I live is because the type of work that I do, it's a very small community, and I don't know how me doing these videos will affect me in my work life. So I need a job, so you know, I'm trying to keep those two worlds separated for as long as I can. Let me see. Have a great Monday, if you will. Let me see. You can visit. You're not doing these every day. So when you want to visit, let me see. So are you getting Cali court or not yet? So we're gonna be doing. Well, California courts are not open to the to stream, but the embanked hearings are. So tomorrow I will be streaming the embanked hearings if you do want to watch that. And for those of you that are not familiar with what an embanked hearing is, it's pretty much when a lifer in California gets found suitable to parole. They have to release him within either 120 days or 150 days. But within the last 30 days of them waiting to be released, their information goes up to the governor. And the governor, he could either decide not to do anything, and if the governor doesn't decide to do anything, then they're released on either the 120th day or the 150th day. The governor can also decide to embank them, which means he sends their information back to the board of parole, and then the board of parole has to vote on it to see whether they want to still find them suitable to be released, or the governor could just take their date completely away. And these hearings, we're not going to see the individuals, but we are going to hear from the victims, the family members, supporters, or people that are against them being released. Normally, we have about 20 to 25 cases that they'll hear, and it's split up amongst 2 days. So we're gonna be doing tomorrow. The first one's gonna start at 11 a.m. The next one, which would be on Wednesday, will start at 9 a.m. I will be streaming on both platforms, like I normally do when I'm live. So I'm gonna be sitting in for that one. Just a heads up. You know, sometimes these hearings get very emotional. You will hear from the family members, and some of the details are quite gruesome, if you will. So just a heads up for those of you that do want to listen in. Just something to be cautious of. I know some of us have had trauma in our lives, so if you don't like to hear those type of things, it's probably best you don't tune in, if you will. Let me see. Pray for Louisiana. Hello, mate, if you will. Let me see. All right. Thank you, James, for everything. See you later. Have a great Monday. Thank you. Highly appreciate you guys. Privacy is important. Hell yeah, it is. Nowadays, man, you have some crazy people knocking on your door, and I definitely don't want that. Anyhow, hey, I'm about to go ahead and cut it. I do appreciate you guys. I will be running the streams at 2 p.m. for Maricopa, which would be the next stream. I won't be on that one because I'll be out and about, but I'll probably tap in on the chat. All right. So hey, I do appreciate you guys. I am Collect Call James. You are watching. You have a collect call from. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I saw that 11 people escaped. They cut a few of them already, right? If you want drama, come to London. Hey, I've been thinking about it. Yeah, I do want to go to London. I'm one flight away. It's a 12-hour flight from where I'm at. British Airways serves my location, so I've been thinking about it. I got a buddy that lives out in Barcelona, so I haven't been out to Barcelona in about a little bit. Did I go last year? Yeah, I went last year. So normally I try to go out there like once a year. So hopefully we can make something happen, in sometime this year, maybe next year, where I'm able to go out to Europe and hang out there and bring you guys a different point of view, if you will. Let me see. Yeah, one was live on IG, gave himself away. Dang, what a tonto. Let me see. Check out Fox 8 News. All right. Make sure you come to okay. All right, Steve-O, you said it. Is that close to is that anywhere between London and Gatwick? Because I'm familiar with those two areas, Gatwick and London Heathrow, if you will. That's where I've stayed in the past when I've been out to London. I've only been there once, so let me see. Is the second city? Okay, all right. Well, hey, I'm going to keep it short. Hey, like I said around here, hey, I am Collect Call James. You are watching. You have a Collect Call From, and like I said around here, lights like a candle once you blow it out. Okay, between London and Manchester. All right. Like I said around here, life's like a candle. Once you blow it out, it's lights out. And with that, we're out. A rato. All right, and for you guys on YT, I'm going to keep the stream up. And then I'll be back later. Let me see. Let me turn my camera off here. Let me see here. Camera.
He's probably gonna be the first one because he's LAP.
Okay.
Last, oh, he's gonna be last, sorry. Yeah, it's all good. So Perez will still be the first one. We'll go ahead. I think she's coming right now. All right.
Thank you. You may be seated. All right, good afternoon. My name is Commissioner Elizabeth Campbell, and this is the 2 p.m. initial appearance calendar for May 19th, 2025. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. Persons appearing before this court are reminded that they have the right to remain silent and that anything they say could be used against them. Most of you have qualified for a court-appointed attorney. If you have not qualified, or even if you have, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I will be calling you up individually. When your name is called, please proceed to the podium. At the conclusion of your matter, the judicial officer will have paperwork which will detail the orders in your case, including the dates and times and addresses of future hearings. We are going to start this morning. Hold on just a second. We're going to keep the interpreter matter at the end.
I was just waiting for someone like pop up and let me know that I can put it.
Okay. We're going to start with Alex Meraz, please, and then Brandon McGuire. Hello, sir. Go ahead and state your name for the record.
Alex Madrid Meraz,
And Mr. Meraz, what is your date of birth?
November 23rd, 1993.
All right. You were arrested earlier today on charges of aggravated DUI, DUI while your license was suspended or revoked, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause for that. For purposes of appointing you an attorney, I am finding that you are not indigent, but you may, of course, retain an attorney. Okay, I'm finding that you are not indigent, so I'm not appointing an attorney for you here today. You may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting 2 hearings in your case, the first on May 23rd at 8:30, and the next one on May 28th at 8:30. Both of those are in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your case in the amount of $5,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would be subject to additional release conditions, including pretrial supervision to include alcohol testing. You are also, you may not drive a vehicle without a driver's license, a valid driver's license, and you would have to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Which brings us to your second case. You are currently on probation in CR 2015-106380. In that case, for purposes of appointing you an attorney, I'm also finding that you are not indigent, and so I'm not appointing an attorney here for you today. You may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing on May 27th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. So your new charges for which you were arrested earlier today would constitute a violation of Term 1 of your existing probation. In your probation case, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. In the event, again, you are able to post your bonds and secure your release, you will need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Go ahead, step to the left. Interpreter, are you on the line?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Yes, Jose Garcia.
Mr. Garcia, while you are here, we were going to have Mr. McGuire next, but why don't we go ahead and take Ricardo Reynosa Espinoza next instead?
A continuación, la causa de Ricardo Reynosa Espinosa.
Thank you. Mr. Espinoza, will you please state your name for the record?
Señor Espinosa, ¿puede decir por favor su nombre para que conste en actas?
Ricardo Reynosa Espinosa.
Ricardo Reynosa Espinosa. Jose Garcia, Arizona Court Interpreter.
Thank you. And Mr. Espinoza, what is your date of birth?
Señor Espinosa, ¿cuál es su fecha de nacimiento?
16/02/1990.
May the interpreter request a repetition, Your Honor, from the defendant?
Of course, Mr. Interpreter.
Señor, ¿puede por favor repetir su fecha de nacimiento en español?
16 de febrero de 1990.
February 16th of 1990.
Thank you. And Mr. Espinoza, you were arrested earlier today on charges of theft, a Class 1 misdemeanor.
Y señor, usted, señor Espinosa, fue usted detenido el día de ayer debido a robos, un delito menor, categoría 1.
And reckless driving, a Class 2 misdemeanor.
Y conducir imprudentemente, un delito menor, categoría 2.
I did find probable cause for both of those violations, and I am appointing you an attorney.
Determino que existe el motivo fundado de procesamiento contra usted para cada una de esas imputaciones y le nombro a un abogado.
I'm setting a hearing on May 22nd at 8:30 a.m. in the Country Meadows Justice Court.
Programamos la siguiente audiencia el 22 de mayo a las 8:30 de la mañana en el Juzgado de Paz, Country Meadows Justice Court.
I am setting a secured appearance bond in your matter in the amount of $500.
Fijo la caución garantizada en la cantidad de $500.
In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you will need to go to your hearing.
En el suceso que usted deposite su fianza y sea puesto en libertad, usted debe de acudir a su audiencia.
Okay, go ahead, step to the left.
Bien, pase al lado izquierdo.
Mr. Interpreter, will you please inquire while you are here in the gallery if anybody else needs your services this afternoon?
Absolutely, Your Honor. ¿Existe alguien más presente esta tarde que necesite los servicios de interpretación al español? Si puede levantar su mano, por favor.
All right, Mr. Interpreter, thank you so much for your assistance this afternoon.
Always a pleasure, Your Honor. Have a wonderful day, you and your staff.
Thank you. All right, Brendan McGuire, please, and then Fernando Rivera. Hi. All right, Mr. McGuire, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Brandon Michael McGuire,
Mr. McGuire, what is your date of birth?
4182.
Thank you. And you were arrested earlier today on charges of criminal trespass in the first degree, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for that violation, and I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting two hearings in your case, the first on May 23rd at 8:30 and the next one on May 28th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your matter in the amount of $5,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you will be subject to pretrial monitoring, including ankle monitoring. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with the alleged victim. In setting the bond and the release conditions, I have considered both the allegations as set forth in the Form 4, as well as the victim's statement and the state's recommendation in this matter. Go ahead, step to the left. No, wait, come back. I forgot. All right, you are also here because you are on probation in case CR 2025-107538. The charges in your new case would constitute a violation of term 1 of your probation. In your probation violation matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting a hearing on May 27th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your probation violation matter in the amount of $500. In the event you are able to post your bonds and secure your release, you will need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. All right, now go ahead, step to the left. Thank you. Fernando Rivera, please, and then Mary Ann Gabriel. All right, Mr. Rivera, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Fernando Rivera,
Mr. Rivera, what is your date of birth?
7/12/1999.
Thank you, and you are here because you were arrested earlier today on charges of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause for that, and I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting 2 hearings in your case, the first on May 23rd at 8:30 and the next one on May 28th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your matter in the amount of $2,500. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you will need to contact your probation officer within 24 hours because you're on intensive probation services. Go ahead, step to the left. Mary Ann Gabriel, please. Good morning, ma'am, or good afternoon. Go ahead, state your name for the record.
Marian Gabriel.
And Miss Gabriel, what is your date of birth?
July 17th, 1991.
Thank you. And you are here today because Maricopa, well, for 3 cases, we're going to go ahead and talk about your Maricopa County Superior Court case first. In that matter, in your Maricopa County Superior Court matter CR 2024-102523, the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest for failure to appear in that matter. In your failure to appear matter, I am not appointing you an attorney because one should already have been appointed for you if you are eligible to have an attorney appointed for you. I am setting a hearing in the Maricopa County Superior Court on May 23rd at 8:30 a.m. I am, in your new case, setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $700. Now, you are also here because you have 2 Justice Court warrants. You have a warrant out of the municipal court, 1 municipal court and 1 justice court. So let's go ahead and talk about the municipal court warrant first. The Peoria Municipal Court issued a warrant for your arrest in their matter, which is a failure to appear matter as well. And for purposes of appointing you an attorney, I am finding that you are indigent, and an attorney should be appointed for you at your next hearing, which will be on May 22nd at 9 a.m. in the Peoria Municipal Court. I am setting in the Peoria Municipal Court matter a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50. Now, you are also here because the Arrowhead Justice Court issued a warrant for your arrest in their matter. The Arrowhead Justice Court matter is also a failure to appear matter. In that matter, I am also appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting a hearing on May 22nd at 8:30 in the Arrowhead Justice Court. In that Justice Court matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50. In the event you are able to post all of your bonds and secure your release, you will need to attend your hearings. Go ahead, step to the left. Brock Loudon, please, and then Crystal Jones. Mr. Loudon, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Brock William Loudon.
Mr. Loudon, what is your date of birth?
December 17, 92.
Thank you. And you are here because you were arrested earlier today on charges that you possess dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause for that, and I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court on May 23rd at 8:30 and May 28th at 8:30. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your matter in the amount of $750. In the event that you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you will need to attend your hearing. Go ahead, step to the left.
I had a question.
Yes, sir.
Paying the bond would do what to the post or case?
I'm sorry, what, sir?
What would posting the bond do?
So if you are able to, it is a secured appearance bond, so you can work with a bond company to post that bond. If you are able to post that bond, then you would be released at least until your next hearing, which is May 23rd. Okay? At the hearing on May 23rd at 8:30, you can talk to the judge at that time about what release conditions you believe are appropriate.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, Crystal Jones and then Amanda Wheaton, please. Hi.
Hi.
Ms. Jones, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Crystal Jones.
And Ms. Jones, what's your date of birth?
08/28/92.
Thank you. And you are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest in a petition to revoke your probation in case CR 2024-000542. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting a hearing on May 27th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in this matter in the amount of $500. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you will need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Go ahead, step to the left. All right, Amanda Wheaton and then Roberta Zogtua. All right, Ms. Wheaton, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Amanda Marie Wheaton.
And Ms. Wheaton, what is your date of birth?
4/10/1998.
All right, and Ms. Wheaton, you are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued warrants for failure to appear in your matter CR 2022-103414 and CR 2022-139314. In both of these matters, an attorney should have been appointed for you if you are eligible to have an attorney appointed for you. You may, of course, always retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. In both of these failure to appear matters, I am setting a hearing on May 27th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In both of these failure to appear matters, I am also setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. So that is the combined amount of $500 for both cases. In the event you are able to post that bond or those bonds and secure your release, I'm reminding you to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. All right, go ahead, step to left. Roberta Zagota and then Maria Trejo. All right, Ms. Zagota, go ahead and state your name for the record.
Roberta Andrea Zagata.
And Ms. Zagata, what is your date of birth?
January 29, 1985.
Thank you. And you are here today because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued warrants for your arrest in probation violation matters in your cases CR 2022-140774 and CR 2023-119746. In both of those matters, I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting hearings on May 27th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In both probation violation matters, I am setting a secured appearance bond of $100. So that is it, combined in both cases, a secured appearance bond combined amount of $200. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you will need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, step to the left.
Thank you.
Maria Trejo and then Kai Juan. Ms. Trejo, go ahead, state your name for the record, and then let's talk.
Maria Trejo.
All right. Ms. Trejo, what is your date of birth?
5/19/78.
All right, and you were arrested on a warrant for on a petition to revoke your probation for probation violations, and that warrant is dated March 8th, 2013. So I know it's been out there for a while. Are you currently employed?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you?
Burlington.
Okay.
A cashier.
Okay, and is that a full-time position? Or?
It's a part-time.
Okay. And how long have you been there for?
Today was actually my first orientation day.
Okay.
I just got hired on last week to start today.
Okay.
And then I'm sorry, and I was working at Goodwill before that.
Okay. So it looks, I read the, how did you find out about this warrant?
I contacted the probation officer because I got a letter in the mail, and then I did email them back, and then I didn't get a response till barely like maybe a week or two ago from Tracy Bauer, and for me to give her a call back, and that's when I had my interview and stuff, so I totally disregarded to call her back, but I was in contact with her because I know I was in a bad moment back then, but I'm getting better because I was going to Taros. I'm a recovering addict, and I'm doing everything good. I mean, I got a job now, my own apartment, and then I totally disregarded this, and I'm just like want to get taken care of because I did email Tracy Bauer from the adult probation office that I wanted to get taken care of as soon as possible because I was on a good road, you know.
Okay. And how's your recovery going?
It's going good. I'm going to Taros. I go to Taros. I just graduated for my 3 months of sobriety. I've been there since August of last year, and I've been going. So I was doing intense, and then they, after I graduated, they wanted me to go once a week.
And I know these aren't easy things, and
it's not
work in your program, right?
Yes, it's hard because I've never done the whole recovery, wanting to get sober till like I said in August of last year, and it was all voluntarily because I was just ready, and totally disregarded about this, you know, and then that's why I want to get taken care of, and I haven't been in trouble since then.
I did notice that you've had no law enforcement contact.
No.
For like 12 years now?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I was in a bad place back then, but I'm now better or trying to get better.
I am appointing you an attorney in this case, and I'm setting a hearing on May 27th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to that?
Yes, ma'am. I'll even wear the ankle monitor if I have to, anything. I really don't want to lose my job because it's taken me a while to get my job.
Okay.
And I haven't had a job in a while, and I really don't want to miss this job.
Okay, I'm not going to put you on I'm not going to impose any release, those type of release conditions. I am going to release you on your own recognizance. What you need to do is you need to contact your probation officer.
I will.
Within 72 hours of release. Now, it's going to take them a few hours to process you out, but you need to prioritize contacting your probation officer, and then you need to prioritize getting to your hearing. Okay.
I will, definitely, yes. Thank you so much.
Giving you a chance. It sounds like you have stuff on the right track, and I want to keep you on the right track.
And I'm just barely starting to get, like, contact with my daughters because I didn't have them. My mom has them. So I'm on a good road, you know? I'm trying to do good for them.
Sounds like you're doing what you need to do, so keep doing it, right?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Step to the left. Officers will have your paperwork for you. Kai Juan, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Go ahead and state your name for the record, please.
Kai Juan,
And Ms. Swan, what is your date of birth?
2/12/91.
Thank you. And you are here because you were arrested based upon a warrant issued by the San Marcos Justice Corp for, it's a post-adjudication warrant, so it's either a failure to pay or comply with court orders following a guilty finding in their case. For purposes of appointing you an attorney, I am finding that you are not, because of the nature of the charges, you're not eligible for me to appoint an attorney here for you today. You may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing on June 3rd at 10 a.m. in the San Marcos Justice Court. Will you go to that?
I will.
All right, I'm going to release you today on your own recognizance. You need to make sure that you're going to your hearings, okay? All that information, the date, the address, and the time will be in your paperwork, so make sure you look at that.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, step to the left. Joshua King, and then Shanquel Ramos, please. All right, Mr. King, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Joshua King,
And Mr. King, what's your date of birth?
8/29/91.
Thank you. And you are here on an arrest warrant from the Peoria Municipal Court because of it is a probation violation arrest warrant. Because of the nature of the charges, you're not entitled to have me appoint an attorney for you here today. Yes, sir.
I was just gonna speak about why I have the warrant. Is that okay?
Yes, but I'm going to remind you, you have the right to remain silent.
I was just okay. Yes, ma'am. So they sent me to rehab at what is it called? I cannot remember the place they sent me to, but they sent me there, and I had to go to the hospital, and so they sent me to the hospital, and I did everything I was supposed to do. I got the paperwork from the hospital. They told me to give them a call back on the way to get a ride home, to get a ride back to the place.
Mm-hmm.
And what is that place called? I called them. I left 4 voicemails. They didn't show up. The security guard told me at the hospital I needed to leave because it was at 12th Street McDowell, and I had to. So I left there. I didn't see nobody. No van picked me up. I left there. I walked all the way down to 35th Avenue in Buckeye, down back to the rehab place. I could have went anywhere else, but I walked all the way back there. I get down there and they tell me that there's too much time unaccounted for, but I have I did everything I needed to do. I had the paperwork. I'm like, you could even do a drug test on me. You could do a urine test, or you can do a hair follicle. I didn't smoke or do anything. I just came straight back here. I could have went anywhere, but I went straight back there, trying to do the better good, and they kicked me out for that reason alone.
Well, it sounds like you're very committed to your recovery, so stay that way. I am setting a hearing on June 5th at 9 a.m. Will you go to that?
Yes.
It's in the Peoria Municipal Court. I'm going to release you today on your own recognizance. Make sure you go to your hearing, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead, step to the left. Shanquel Ramos and then Jermaine Pye. Good afternoon, ma'am. Go ahead, state your name for the record.
Shanquel Ramos,
And Ms. Ramos, what is your date of birth?
2/10/1993.
Thank you. You are here today because you were arrested earlier today on charges of possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for both of those. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting hearings on June 3rd at 8:30 and June 5th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to release you today on your own recognizance. If you don't go to your hearings, an arrest warrant may issue. Okay? Go ahead, step to the left.
Thank you.
Jermaine Pye and then Parker Benzig, please. Mr. Pye, go ahead. Am I saying your last name right?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Pye, go ahead and state your name for the record.
Jermaine Lawrence Pye,
And Mr. Pye, what's your date of birth?
9/25/2000.
Thank you. And you are here today on 2 Justice Court warrants. Both of those warrants are out of the University Lakes Justice Court. Because of the nature of the charges, you are not entitled to have me appoint an attorney for you here today. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. Both of those, hold on, make sure I have it right. Both of those warrants are post-adjudication warrants. I am setting a hearing on June 3rd at 1:30 p.m. in the University Lakes Justice Court for both of those arrests or both of those violations. Will you go to that hearing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm going to release you today on your own recognizance. You've heard me say if you don't go, additional arrest warrants may issue for you, okay? And this is not a great use of your time.
Yes.
Okay? Go ahead, step to the left.
Thank you.
Parker Benzig, please. All right, Mr. Benzig, go ahead and state your name for the record.
Parker Benzing,
And Mr. Benzig, what is your date of birth?
10/31/1999.
Okay, and I had relatively limited information on your case, or on you.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to ask a question. Are you in custody on a different matter?
No.
No, okay. All right, well, that's good to know. All right, you were arrested yesterday on charges of reckless driving, a Class 2 misdemeanor, and excessive speed, a Class 3 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for both of those. Because of the nature of the charges, you're not entitled to have me appoint an attorney here for you today. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing on June 3rd at 1:30 in the University Lakes Justice Court. Will you go to that?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to release you today on your own recognizance. No driving without a valid license, and you need to obey traffic laws.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, go ahead, step to the left. Cool. All right, did we miss anybody that's in there? Did we miss anybody that's in there?
No, that should be everybody.
All right, that leaves us with our house call, which is Juan Gabriel Magdaleno. Mr. Magdaleno is, date of birth is 10/31/1995, and Mr. Magdaleno is not able to be with us because he is a danger to self, a danger to others, or otherwise not able to function for purposes of appearing here in court today. Mr. Magdaleno was arrested earlier today on charges of shoplifting, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and resisting arrest, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for both of those, and I am appointing Mr. Magdaleno an attorney. I am setting a hearing for Mr. Magdaleno on May 22nd at 8:30 in the Agua Fria Justice Court. I am also setting a secured appearance bond in Mr. Magdaleno's case in the amount of $500. In the event anything changes after I talk to Mr. Magdaleno, I will update my written order. With that, we are going to stand adjourned on the 2 p.m. Calendar and stand in recess until 5 p.m. and we're going